Can you see my screen?
Yes, yes, I can. So you have installed 7.4.0. Let me see. Uh, First TestNG class. So you don't need main for TestNG. So let me see. Yeah, and you can download the latest one also. There's no it works the latest one.
That's this one then.
7.9.0. Yeah, just change the test. Yeah, remove that scope line completely.
Okay.
It's not required. Yeah, completely remove it. Yeah, save it. Let it build.
Okay. Uh, I
How
guess I can.
I did you save it?
I think he has to click on that M button on this right side. M. Maven build. M.
On the what button?
On the right side.
R- Right side, you can see one M.
On your right, right. Keep going to right. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, click. So yeah, it is working now. Yeah.
Hi, Sri. How you doing?
It would have installed. Now first MG, go to that. Or annotation. So we have to check your annotation. So let me see. Wait, hold on. Okay, go to your source main test. Okay, this time you have to do mostly in test. Yeah. So click on Java folder or org.example folder. Yeah. Do a right click. New. Java class package. Okay, you see little bit different. Is this your package like org.example? I think so, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, that is your package, right? Example. Okay, go down. Why don't you see others as an option? Okay, click on file. Oh, it will just open a file. Yeah,
Oh, like file here.
yeah. Do a new. Uh, there's project, Java class, package info. No, not this. Okay. Press normal.
Shri.
Yeah.
Yeah, in IntelliJ, we used to create a Java class. So
Okay.
inside the Java class, we can give the TestNG annotations.
Oh, they don't have anything called directly test engine.
Yeah, TestNG. Yeah, directly TestNG. No.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay, then,
Yeah.
then create a
He
Java.
can create a new package. Yeah. New
Okay.
package and new Java class.
Okay. Yeah, then just create one. Okay, so I think first test ng should work. Let me give you a.
Yeah, should work. Yeah, it should work. So if we given a code, a test, and we have given some code, then
Mhm.
we can try that.
Okay, let's try
Okay.
that.
Do I close
Yeah,
IntelliJ
I
and
have.
open it again? Just
No, no, right now not required. Hold on. Let me give you one simple basic code
I
and then we will
yeah.
see
I
working.
think I have written on simple code
Yeah,
in our
test ng.
this one. I think yeah.
Okay, let me share one small code with him. This is like not a difficult code, very easy, but let me see if it is all working for him. So you have to import all these libraries. I mean, not libraries, all these imports. And then, oh, actually, no, this one is tough.
Okay, so
So let me see if I can manage my easy file is also very tough.
yeah,
Uh,
I have one Priya, one Sri. Can I give
yeah,
simple?
sure. Give one.
Actually.
Yeah, very easy one, as in
Yeah,
like,
very easy one. Only test.
yeah, only test. That should work.
Yeah, inside the class, just copy and paste. That's it.
Hmm.
If it works and open the driver, then
Okay.
yeah,
Perfect.
WebDriver he has to import.
Yeah. Update your web driver. Yeah, Chrome driver.
Yeah, that's it.
Perfect. Okay. Everything
Yeah,
is,
I think it should work. Yeah.
yeah. Just run.
Run. Yeah, if it works, then everything will work.
To run it. Yeah, perfect. It is working. Let me know if your driver opens. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
Ah, it was not as difficult as I thought.
Yeah, it's working. Thank you.
Perfect. Do send an email to Tommy on your pom.xml file, whatever you have used. Yes. If you
Okay.
go down, yeah, this is the only thing which you have done different, right? You have
Right.
added these dependencies. Then can you click on your TestNG file, and how did you create that? It's just like normal uh, Java class where you have replaced everything with TestNG at the rate test annotation. Okay, perfect. Um, sure. Then now you can stop sharing your screen. It will all work for you now. Like whenever we share the code, when you run, it will work. Uh,
Thank
okay. Uh, how about Adi? Adi, you there? Looks like Adi might be out today. Okay. Hi, Cheryl. Welcome back.
Hi, Shrikant. And hi, everyone.
Uh, okay, so now we are going to start with TestNG. I don't know if you got chance to look at our videos from previous class. Um, we have gone through some Selenium locators as different types of locators which we have in Selenium. Uh, which screen are you seeing right now? IntelliJ or ChatGPT?
ChatGPT.
ChatGPT.
Sure.
Good. Okay. Let me take this to here. For all this IntelliJ stuff, I have to go to this ChatGPT. Where is my? Okay, perfect. Um, so for Eclipse user, we have to install Maven, or not Maven, TestNG, so that, and we are going to use TestNG for our class today. You have to be you have to be very fluent in TestNG because that's the testing framework which mostly all the companies they use for creating their test suite or running or like creating even any of their test cases in Selenium. TestNG is the framework which will help them to run their tests. It has like very good annotation features like before test, after test, before method, before class, and things like that. And also you can run tests in parallel. You can parameterize, and there are a lot of functions, like a lot of very good functions of TestNG, which we will see slowly today. But before even getting to get more into it, we will first see how to install this and have it available. So it's very simple. You have to, since you have a Maven project already, you have to go to your pom.xml file and here add a dependency which is present on the screen. So this dependency you have to add and then refresh your project. So I'll share this here, the dependency which you have to add. And once you add these dependencies, sometimes you might have to do a Maven refresh. So you have to come on this learning, do a right click, So do a right click and then go to Maven and do an update project. So once you click on update project, you have to just click on OK. So doing this might install this TestNG in your system. But if it does not, then you have to go to Windows, sorry, help. If it does not do it, then you might have to go to Windows, uh, go to Eclipse Market. Wait for it to open. And then here type TestNG and search. So I have it installed, but TestNG for Eclipse, you can install it. So if you don't have this installed, click on install here. It will install TestNG into your Eclipse. Once that is done, you don't have to do anything now. You can go to the test folder now. So source.test.java. Click on your package. Click on do a right click. Go to new, and after going to new, you have to go to others here. If you are using an Eclipse, this option you have here, you will see TestNG folder appear now. You can choose the TestNG class and click on next. After you click on next, you will be presented with the screen. Here you have to give class name. You can name your class anything. So for starting, I'll just say annotation concept. And you can see this before test, after set, before shoot, before test, before class, before method. And all these are like different annotation which TestNG uses. So we will be seeing all these annotation first, and then we'll move to data provider like later. So don't worry about this, but let's see these annotation first, and then we will kind of work with all this for today's class. If time permits, we will see data provider, or else we'll see data provider next in our next class. So after I can select any number of annotation. Mostly I'll be using before test and after test, but I want to give introduction on what others are and how it gets executed. So I'll run them also for our first session. So I have created this. Unfortunately, I don't think so IntelliJ has this option, but Eclipse has, so why not use it? So if you do it, select all the annotations which you want, click on finish. You'll see that your class, or like your class is ready with, it has already imported all the annotations or like all the libraries here by itself. And you can see that it has some of the methods also, and it has already named it by whatever it wanted. You can change these method names to whatever you feel like, but make sure you don't change these annotations will remain the same. Okay, so Cheryl, do you have this screen? Like, can you come up till this screen? Please let me know that part. And if you have any issues, then I'll help you with that.
Okay, Shri. I'll be doing it in the background while you're going ahead.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. Okay, because I wanted to show it to Addy also. Addy's maybe he's like no,
I'm
not.
here. I'm here. Before I go out, I'm still here. I'm here. I'm leaving like in like maybe 20 minutes.
Okay, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
I told
So
you,
you're
yeah.
still here.
So,
Then it's nice. I want to see if you have this TestNG installed properly, because
okay.
today's class we
Can I
will
share
be
my?
completely, yeah. So if
Okay.
you can share your screen, or like if you're
Yes, yes, I could share. It seems you're sharing your screen now, but I don't know if I
okay, okay.
don't think I have it. I've been checking what you come. Let me see.
I've stopped sharing, so you can share it. I want you to have it for sure, so that even when you go through the videos later, you'll be able,
Okay.
yeah. Okay, so you have learning. Go to your pom.xml file.
Sorry?
pom.xml. Just keep going down, like up, 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 up. Not
Yes,
here.
I think, yeah, this is it. I have it.
Can you open it? Okay, keep going down here.
So,
You have to, sorry.
sorry, Shri, can I ask a question real
Yeah,
quick?
good.
Okay, so just adding the dependency down here, and then probably I just saved the class this pom.xml,
Mm-hmm.
and then I right clicked and updated the project. Like
Okay.
I did that updation.
Mm-hmm.
Just that should have added the dependency, right?
Yeah, that would add the dependency. But if you want to add like test
Class,
a
class, like
class like how I did, maybe
mm,
you have to install TestNG.
yeah, yeah. Because I when I try to go to other and then look for the TestNG class, it wasn't there.
Oh, it
So
wasn't there, then you might have to install it.
yeah,
So
I'll
this
just
will just add dependencies, but if you want that features, maybe you have to install it. Because I'm not adding, so even if I install it from outside, I'm not adding that as a library. So like how we added, like how we installed Selenium Java through
mhm,
through help and then preferences, but we had to like go to our learning build path and then import that external library, right? And that way
mm,
it was working. But here it will work by itself.
okay.
Yeah, so that's the like advantage I would say with
Mhm,
these Eclipse users.
okay.
Okay, so Adi, I've sent a dependency in the group chat. Can you open that group chat?
Okay.
Yeah, open the group chat. You will see some dependency lines. It's here. It's on the screen top. Go to the top view option. You don't see it? Okay, let me message you again.
Now, please, one second. I'll try to my. Okay, that's yeah, yeah, send it.
I've sent it. Just copy and paste it here.
Where? I spaced it where? Yeah.
No, no. Right below the dependency. Yes, right below this line, 24. Oh, sorry, not below 20, below 23. Sorry. Yeah. It has to be between these dependencies. Yeah. Okay, now save it. Control S.
Yeah.
Okay.
Saved.
Yeah, it's building. See, you see building 23 percentage, 26 percentage. So what
Yeah.
you've done is you have added a TestNG library
Mm-hmm.
using your pom.xml file. So you have to
Mm-hmm.
always remember when you're using a Maven project, you have to go to your dependencies and add your dependencies here, which is like
Okay.
it will download this library file from Maven repository and it will add to your project. Now go to the learning project, like learning. Yeah, do a right click. Yes. Go to Maven. On not there, not there. Uh, on the first option, yeah. There's a Maven. Yeah, Maven down, down, down. This Maven, yeah. Click on update project. Update project, yes. And click on OK. You don't have to do anything, just click on OK. So what it will do is like sometimes it will clear all this cache and everything, and then it will just refresh with all the libraries it has. Um, it is easy way to do.
Shri,
Now do a right
sorry.
click. Yeah,
Shri, can this also be done through run? Like if you go to run and then there's project, if he can, if
go
Ari
to
can do
run.
that.
Click on run. If you click on run, where should we click after?
Update project directly. There is the same thing, I think.
Update project. Where is it?
Did you see it? Like
Run.
for
I'm
me,
just
it
checking
showed
in
up over
my
there.
my. Okay, update project. Maybe it should be there somewhere. Okay, I don't see it either. But yeah,
Okay, sorry,
update
project.
project. Yeah, you can do it.
Sorry. Yeah,
Update
project.
project should be a problem. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, sorry, sorry.
Adi, can you click on your learning thing? Sorry, not learning. Yeah, get out of this. Yes. Click on src dot. No, get out of this one. Okay. src test Java. Yes. Click on that. expand it, that folder. Yeah, Selenium learning, expand this folder once. I'm in package once. Okay, perfect. So in selenium.learning, do a right click. Yes, you're trying to add a file. Yeah, click on new.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, click on others. You don't see TestNG here. So you might have to install it from the Eclipse Market. So press on cancel or close this anything. Click on help from the, yeah, click on Eclipse Market. Yes. Yeah, type TestNG here. Yes.
Oh, oh, well, trying to. Why is it not clicking? I don't know what's going on.
It will
Okay.
work. It will work. Give it some time. Yeah. Now type. No space. NG. Yeah. Perfect. And search. Press on go. Perfect. Yeah. Install the first one. Click on install. Yeah. Let it install. It will take a couple of minutes. Cheryl, it's working for you, right?
Sorry.
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
Oh,
Shri.
I was asking Cheryl if it's working for
Yeah, it's working.
you. Confirm it. Click on confirm. Addy. It puts two things. One is like Maven to Eclipse integration also. So it will install two things. Okay.
okay.
I accept and then finish. Perfecto. It is installing. So give it some time, it will install. Yeah, once you're done installing, then we'll start with the class.
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll wait for it to install. It shouldn't take long.
Shri, I got a pop-up window that says trust authorities, and then it says something authority update, and there's the TestNG HTTPS
Yes,
link and all that.
you can trust this website. It's fine. So
Oh, okay.
click on that.
Select it, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
select it. Yes, select it. The
Okay,
checkbox,
done.
and then click on trust selected. Down, 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 down. Yes, perfect. It will install. That is required for Eclipse to know that they can go to this website and download all these files and then trust these files, things like that.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is a new artifact. What is this? Chrome test engine. Yeah, just give it. It's fine. Select that one. Yes.
Unsigned.
Yes, and trust
Okay.
selected.
Okay.
Restart now.
Okay.
It will just restart your Eclipse, so no worries. Give it a couple of minutes. It will work. Okay, perfect. Click on learning. Learning project.
Mhm.
Go to your test. source.test.java, selenium.learning package. Yeah, on selenium.learning package, do a right click. Go to new, the very first option. Go to others. Yeah. Yeah, see, you see TestNG now. Yeah, click
Yeah.
on TestNG, yes. And click on TestNG class. Perfect. Now give a class name. You see class name option. Third option is class name. Yeah. Write annotation concept ANNO. You see annotations ANNOTAT. You can name anything, but just to be in sync. No, not at the rate. Just ANNOTATIONS concept with capital CONCP. You can name anything, but I'm just naming it this. Mark all these checkboxes which you see down in annotation. Yeah, just mark them all. Perfect. Click on finish. No, not data provider. I'll switch off the data.
Okay.
Data provider we'll learn in later class, but that time you will know what to do. Okay, perfect. So your annotation, wow, perfect. So your first TestNG class is here. Now you can follow through like whatever I'm doing. Cheryl, you also got it until this point, right?
Yes, Sri, I got that.
Perfect. Okay, perfect. So Adi, now you can stop sharing your screen and then I'll share.
Okay, thank you. I'll
Right.
see you guys later. I'm sure I'll be back very soon. All right.
Okay, perfect. Sure. Okay, my Java screen's here. I need to go to this meeting. Web instructions, setup, locator, and usage. We will start with it. Now we won't be following a particular sequence here. We'll just try to get as many concepts as possible. Wait for it to load. Perfect. Okay, so now since we have already installed TestNG library with the help of form.xml file, and we also know how to install it externally. So what is TestNG? So TestNG is like it's a framework used for testing. There's a similar framework which developer use, which is called JUnit, which is very similar to TestNG concepts. Even that has annotations. But we will know more about TestNG annotations because that's most commonly used in testing world. And it's again open source and anyone can download it, use it, no problems. And yeah, it stands for test as in test, and NG stands for next generation. So the advantage of TestNG is like we can easily create HTML reports. We will see that later, how to integrate with HTML reports. So once you run your test, at the end, an HTML-based reports will be generated, and it will show number of test cases executed, number of test cases passed, number of test cases failed. And sometimes if you configure your reports properly, then it will have like the screenshots, it will say the logs and everything. With TestNG, the very good advantage is we can run tests in parallel. So if we set up our project properly and if we have set up there's an XML file, if we set that up properly, then we can run our tests in parallel. So right now we have all the concepts while we were learning, we have executed the executed the program like sequentially. So it would follow, like we would follow it. So our test cases will follow a sequence. So once the test case 1 is executed, it will go to test case 2, 3, and 4. But with the help of TestNG, we can run them parallelly. As in, like at the same time, there'll be 3 browsers or 4 browsers open, and tests will run in each of the browsers. So we will see that. And then you can run the test cases based on priority. So there's an annotation called in your add test annotation, you can add priority. So based on priority, it's going to run those methods in your test. So you can do that also with TestNG. And TestNG supports parameterization. Parameterization is nothing but you can run the same test with different values. So we will see that also. And yeah, TestNG does not have any main methods. You will see this soon. And all the tests which you have to do, you can add it into @test annotation, and then it will be executed. And we use and TestNG uses annotations for its all execution. You will see that it does not have any main method from where your execution is going to start. So it will just uh, run the code based on the annotation. So we will see that in an example, the very next example which we'll have. So we have installed, yes, so this is just the installation on how it can be installed. And now let's go and run our first annotation code, okay? So I'll go to my Eclipse. I have so many methods here. The first time when I'm running, since Salim doesn't have this code yet, I'll give it to him. So all these are the imports, Salim, you need to use. So put all
Oh,
this
you
imports there.
already sent that to me earlier. I think I have it.
Okay. I have not sent you the code, but I've sent you. Okay, perfect. So if you have the imports there, just use them. And now we will see what there are so many things, right? So there are, let me open a notepad. I think I already have it here. Okay, I did this run before even going there. So let me call this as, I'll change this name to test method. Okay, so this time I'm not going to do anything crazy. I just need to know which is executed when. So I'm going to write a system.out.println saying what is being executed. So I'll just say simply, this is test method. Okay, that's it, nothing else. So it will say this is test method. And if I go to my before, I'll say this is before method. This naming, I can choose any name here, but just for learning, the concept of TestNG on like what is executed when, because we don't have any main class here, right? There's no main method. So how will your Java or like this Java know from where to start? So for TestNG, it depends on these annotations. Based on this annotation, it tells like when to execute what. So let's see on what is executed first, because see, you have test, you have before method, before class, after class, before test, after test, before suite, and after suite. So there are like 8 more things which you have here. So you need to understand like when we should write this annotation and when to write this annotation and when this will be executed. So to understand that concept, we are going to do a simple we are going to add like a simple system.out.println here. So let's see. So this is before method. Just a second. I want to make sure if the same page is being recorded. Yeah, I think this would be recorded. Okay. So this is before method. This is after method. And now, so I'm just writing these. So you all also can write it. I'm just writing a system.out.println where I'm saying which class I am at. And then I'll say before class. And then after class, and then I'll write a before test. And finally after test. Okay, I'll save my code and then I will run the code. Okay, so my execution has been finished, and you can see that after my execution is completed, I'll see all these lines here, right? So this explains, like, how my execution worked and like what was executed before. So we'll see one by one on what was executed first. So this says like this is before test. So before anything, let me see, where's my test suite? Did I not write them? Oh, sorry, I didn't write the test suite, so there's two more. My before suite. And finally, this is after suite. Okay, let me quickly share this code so that Selenium does not have to write so many lines.
Thank you, sir.
I feel sad for you not having TestNG the way we have it. Okay, so I've sent you the code. You can just copy paste it. It would all work. Make sure that class name is like your own class name and it's not from mine.
No problem. Thank you.
Perfect. And okay, so I'll run this code now. Code is running. Run is completed. So you'll see that now when you run a TestNG class or like the code, your execution looks a little bit different than what it used to look before. You will see some things called pass, test run, default test run, and then these things. So these are done by TestNG itself. So it will count the number of tests you're running. It will find the number of failures. It will find the number of skips, and then it will give you a dashboard kind of a feeling where it will tell you the uh, run status of number of tests you ran and number of them failed, number of them you have skipped, things like that. Okay. However, coming back to our program itself, so we have seen that we have, do I need this outline? I don't think so. Let's use this space. Okay, perfect. So we have how many? In total, 9 annotations here. The first annotation is @test, second is @before method, after method, before class, after class, before test, after test, before suite, after suite. So totally 9 annotations. So we'll see what was executed first. So after we clicked on this green run button, we can see here that this is before suite. So whatever you have, or like whichever methods you have written in this @before suite annotation is going to get executed first. So this part will be executed first, and you can see that it is being executed only one time. Okay, before we do it, let me add one more method. I'll add one more test. Okay, and we will why am I doing this? Because we will know what is the difference. So this is test method 2. Okay, so I'm adding one more method here, so it is like one more test. So now when I had just one @test, we saw the test run equals to 1. Now I have added 2 tests, so it will have like 2. But now we want to see, like, since there are more number of tests now, how this thing will work. So I'll just, did it run by itself? No. Okay, so now you see I've executed the code and I see test run equals to 2. So because it has 2 tests. Similarly, if I have 3 tests, it will say 3 tests and number of pass, number of fail, and everything. So here it says pass 2, failure 0, skip 0. Okay. So now we'll see what was executed and when. So you see this is before suit was executed only one time and before executing any of these tests, right? So it went to your before suit annotation, which is here. Whatever methods you have here or number of methods you have under before suit, it will run them all. So if I have one more method says anything, it will execute that method also. So everything you have in before suit will be executed uh, before your tests. So before executing anything here. So before suit takes the first priority. Then second is before test. Okay, so before test, we'll see where it is. So here it is. Before test is executed after before suit. So this is like second thing which gets executed. Um, and then third is before class. So before class gets executed. So this means like for your suit, it will be executed only one time before suit. Before test will be executed before your test. So this is not like test case. This means like your entire test. So this will also be executed once. Before class, this is executed every time before your this class is executed. So if you have one more class here, then this before class will not be executed for that class. So we will see that example in a while. But before class is like before executing this class or like before executing the test in this class, it will run once. Now you will see before method and after method. So these are very unique. So before method and after method will be executed so this test, before executing this test or like any number of tests you have, you will see that before method and after method is always executed. So you see this, we had like two tests written, right? But you will see this before method being executed before running the first test method. So which is this is test method, right? So it executed this line, but before executing it executed before method and then it executed after method. So you'll see this before method and after method will run or like will be executed every time when there is @test annotation. So you can consider it as like if you want to maybe you have a test to go to a website and do some work there. So you will have in your before test, you will write, oh sorry, before method, you can give a login and in after method, uh, sorry, in before method, you can give all your driver functionalities, which I'll show. And in after method, you can close the driver. And then in test method, you will have all the functionalities which it should do. So that way. So if you do this, then you don't have to write it or like give your driver instruction all the time. You can just write it one time in before method and it will be executed every time when a test is being executed. So it is very useful during those times. So once your tests are executed, you see that after class is executed. So then whatever was done before will have an after. So it will, all the afters will run here. So if you have a before class which runs here, then after executing all your tests within this class, once all the tests run is complete, it will go ahead and run this after method. Similarly, once all this, sorry, after class. So once after class is executed, then it's going to run after test. And once after test is executed, you will see that at the very end, after suit is also executed. So this is the sequence in which your browser will execute the methods which you have here. So you should always remember this sequence that it starts with suits, then tests, and then classes, and then there's a method which is executed between your any tests. This is also an interview question, so they might ask you like, what is the difference between suit, test, class, and methods, and when will these be called and how will this be executed? So you have to be like uh, aware of all these annotations and which is executed first and for how many times, so things like that. So we have seen one simple example where we had like all these annotations used. Let's try to run one more example, which is here. Second test case. So let me go to my first test case, first test one. Oh, this is a sample log mess. Oh, main is there's a logger here. We'll go with logger later. Let me see if I have anything different. Okay. So I have created two class to show you what's the difference when you have two class. I'll copy this, paste it into our concepts. Okay. So what I'm doing now is like I have added one more class to my file. Earlier it was just one class called annotation concept, but I want to show like what happens and when is this before class and after class being executed. So for those reasons, I have created one more class and I have added more number of tests or like annotations in this. And we will see if there are two classes and if they both have their own annotations, how this will be executed, right? So that's the reason I'm adding this one. So let me run this quickly. So I have two class and then whole list of annotations here. And we'll see how each and every one of them is executed. So you see, first all the before suit part is executed. And I've told you that like, if you have anything which has annotation of before suit will run the very first. So you see in my first class, I have a before suit. And then in my second class also I have before suit. So you see that both of these methods of before suit got executed. I can remove one of them. It does not make, it will not have like a lot of difference. So I will remove one of the before suit and one of the after suit. So let me remove them. Then you can see that it is just executed only once. So I'll run this. Save. Okay. Saved. So this is before suit. So you can see now before suit was executed only one time and after suit will be executed after complete run. After all the run is complete and then this is after suit. So before suit and after suit runs only one time. Then we are seeing before test and then again, if I have before test return method twice, then it's going to run them both together. So this is my before test in class 2 and this is my before test in class 1. So you can see that both were executed. So I'll remove one of them now. I don't need so many before tests and after that. And now I'll run them. Okay. So now before suit was executed once, before test was executed once, and now we will see what happens with the other parts. So for our execution, it's running before method 2, and then it's running, this is the second method, and then after method 2, and then this is before method 2, third main, after method. Okay, this is before class, before method. Okay, so while our execution, this class got executed first, and hence we are seeing all this methods first, and then the second class got executed. So we are seeing second things after. So this before class, before method, test method, after method. Yeah, so the second class, all the annotation got executed later. So with the help of this annotation, like you can try it all by yourself. Also, you can add this system.out.println, run the code, and then you will see that all these methods are being executed in a sequential manner, depending on whichever takes the first priority. So before suit takes the very first, then before test, then before class, and then before method, then test, and then after method, after class, after test, and after suit. So this is the sequence which it follows. Once, if you're aware of this sequence, then you don't have to worry. So I'll just copy this entire code and give it to you. I mean, since you already have this code now, you can run that and you can try it out by yourselves. From our next example, we will dive deep into adding values to all these classes, not all after class or after everything, but like at least to few of these annotation methods, we will try to utilize this concept and then run our code. I hope we don't have any questions here, and then I'll move on. Like, just let me know if you have executed this code and you see your results here and you understand what these means and like how each of this annotation class got executed or the sequence of it. Did you execute? Please let me know. Okay, perfect. Now, now we will see this with the help of examples. Report later on annotation before method of interaction. Okay, now we can close this. We don't have to do everything. Webdriver.command. Okay, now let's go back to different types of WebDriver command and how we can execute them. So for this, we will start with a new TestNG class. Others, new TestNG class, and this time I'll just use before method, after method. No, actually, before test, after test. Finish. Do I have it written somewhere? A slider, web handling, window handling, frames. Okay, frames. We'll just go drop downs. Okay, let's use this. Instead of before test, we'll use this. Before class, after class. In our web driver, we will create a driver. We are initiating a web driver here in this line. And you can see that before class, so before executing this new test class, why did I create a new test? Okay, I think I didn't change the name and hence it created this new test. My apologies, I'll delete this new test first. Create a new test. New others TestNG class. New test, I'll say browser control before class, after class, finish. Okay. Web driver, driver. And then I'll import this. So what am I doing now? Like I have created a new browser. I need to fix this. Always class name should start with a capital letter. And then, okay. So I have my browser controls here. I've created a class with @test annotation, with before class, and then after class. So whatever I write, whatever code I write in before class will be executed before even before running these tests. So it will, before even running any of the tests here, this before class thing will be executed first, and then my whatever I write in the test annotation, it will get executed. So first thing which I once first thing what I have to do is I have to open a browser. Now you can say that, like, why did I not use a before and after method? The reason for that is because I might be writing these tests, more tests, and I don't want to open the browser every time. If I wanted to do that, then I could have I could have written this in before method, but I want the browser to be open once, and after uh, executing my this test, it should go to my the second test, and then it should run all the things which I present here. So that's the reason I've written it in before class annotation. So I want these lines to be executed only one time in my entire code, or like in entire uh, this execution run, right? So what am I doing here? So I'm going to open the browser with the help of my before class. So it will go create a driver of Chrome driver. It will go and get this link. It will maximize my window, and then it will sleep. So this is the work which it is going to do in my before class, and in my after class I can do driver dot close, which means like after all my execution is complete, then it will just go ahead and close the driver, as in like close the browser. Okay, so now we'll get back to this one, and we'll now try to follow the WebDriver commands. So the first one is get. We have already seen this get many number of times. Get is for drive to tell the driver that go and get the URL, as in like driver will open that URL. So we have seen this driver.get all the time. So driver.get, and then whatever URL you pass here, it will open up that URL. So that is driver.get. Okay, the second is get title. So what happens in get title? Let's see that. So I have opened my browser. This is closing my browser. I'll not close my browser right now, but again, you can write this code here, but I'll not close it now. And here I'll say navigate. So this is my test method name. And since my driver, you can see the driver was initiated in class level. So that means like this can be passed to all the tests which I'm writing, and all the annotations and all the methods, because it's present inside the class. So you have to make sure that you initiate this all the time, or else this method will not know. If I initiate this here, so imagine if I've taken this driver here, and I've initiated it here. So this test method will not know about this driver file, or like what is this driver. So for those reasons, we have to initiate it, or like declare it in our just before below our class. So now I'll do a driver. So what am I learning the next? Next, we are going to see is get title. So after your web page is open, you're trying to get the title. So we'll see the title. So title is in string format. So we will create a string variable to store the title, right? So I'll do string and then I'll say title equals to driver dot get, and get has like a lot of options. I'll say title, save it, and then system dot out dot print ln, and here I'm going to say title of the page is title. Okay, now I'm going to run this code and we'll see if it what it will do. Okay, so I've executed the code. This is running. I hope my driver opens here. Okay, so my browser got open. Driver.get is going to take me to this URL, and after that it maximized, and the title of the page is what you see here, which is register in our case. So our execution is complete, and the output here you can see the title of the page is register, and this is complete. So your execution is done. So you can see that, while running this code, uh, we don't have any main class here, right? So there's no instruction as in like what to be executed when and then how. So we can see that TestNG framework already knew that it has to go execute this before class first, then it has to execute all the tests, or like since we had single test, it will execute this test first, and then it's going to run the after class. I've commented it out. I'll uncomment it for our next one, and then we'll see. So this one is just going to get the title. I'll keep adding more tests so that we get aware of annotation and we get used to annotations and start using them with our self. I'll give this code to you. You can run it as well. And let me know once you have executed it. Perfect. It did go in one shot. Good. So I've shared this once. From now onwards, I'll like until we are in the same class, I'll be just sharing the new test files or the new test methods which I'll be adding. So this is the first one. Please execute this and let me know if it has run and you understand on what we are trying to do here. Next concept is and yes, for get title, if the page sometimes page does not have any title, in that case, null string would be returned, and it does not need any parameters. So you don't have to pass anything to this get title method, or like, yeah, get title method. So it should be blank. It takes no parameter. Okay. Did you execute the code? Perfect. So we'll move to the next one. So we have seen that this test was complete. Now we will see the next one. So now I'll create one more test. It was nice and easy. And to this test, I will call it get URL. Okay. And we will just continue. So first it is going to run this test, or like maybe it will not. We will see if it is going to run or not. And then once we open the page, get the title, I want to go ahead and click on. So this is the first page which it opened now, and it got the, sorry, this was the first page it opened. And now what I want to do is I want to go ahead and click on this web table link. And from here, after clicking on this web table link, it has to find this URL. We are right now learning about get current URL, right? So let's see how to make that happen. So first thing I want to know is I want to go ahead and click on this web table after I reach to this page. So how would I do that? I'll click on. So first I'll inspect this web table element, and then here I can do a Control F to find the XPath of it. So I'll do A and inspect. So it's here, right? Web table. And then I can do text first. So yeah, with the help of this XPath, I can select this element. I mean, like it starts to highlight this element, right? So it's easy for me to use this XPath and try to click on this element. So what I'll do here is I'll come to my test and I'll say, okay, driver, go and get driver dot find element by dot XPath. You can use link text also or any CSS locator, it's your wish. But I'm very comfortable using XPath, and in most of the places we mostly use like XPath. So the more you familiarize yourself with XPath, it will be like better for you. So after I find the element, then I'm going to click on it, right? Now, and then I'll do a thread sleep of maybe one second. Let's do 2 seconds. 1 second is too less. 2 seconds. And thread sleep has like an error, so you add a exception message so that it's taken care of. And after you clicked on the link, then you waited for 2 seconds, and now you want to get the current URL. So URL is again in a string format. So I'll call it like current URL equals to driver dot get current URL. Okay, again, this one is getting something from the driver, so you don't have to pass anything. And then I'll do system dot out dot print, and then current URL is, and then I'll do this current URL. Okay. And I'll run this code now. We'll see how the execution happens. Or like now I have 2 tests. I have one method, 2 test methods, one before class method, one after class method. So we'll see what it does. So it opened my website, it maximized it, it went to the web table, clicked on web table, and it would have got the link, and it closed it. So let's see if it has done all the execution properly or not. So you can see here that there's some problem. Okay. Forget this socket listener problem because this occurs like sometimes, but again, if I run this code again, mostly this problem will be gone. But the current URL is correct and the title of page is web table. So you can see that the execution of these tests, you're not controlling currently. So what it has done is it has randomly executed get URL first. So whatever you have written here got executed first because you see current URL is this web table and title of the page is web table. But what we expected it to have, like title of the page should be like register and then it should be this one. But you can see that it has been executed like in other way around. So first this one got executed and this one and then this one. So now to get rid of those problems, to make sure that your tests are running on time based on everything, what you have to do is you have to add a function of or like a feature of TestNG, which is like depends on method, right? And then you have to say which method it is. It depends on method and say the method name. So method name is navigate concept. So depends on method above one. I think there's a equal to depends on method. Change to depends on methods. Okay, with an S. So now when I say depends on methods as navigate concept, that means like it will be executed only after my navigate concept has been executed. So it will not get executed before this. So this is like providing a sequence in a way that it is dependent on a different method. So there are different ways to do it. So this is one of the method. This is one of the ways to call your or like to sequence your tests. There's one more method. There's also one more way to run your test in sequence, which we'll see after this. But right now, let's execute this and see if it works. So I've executed the code. Before method is first, before test is first being executed. You open the page. What is the error now? Looks like it executed only one thing, not the other. There's some problem. Let me copy this. Let me run it again and see what's the reason. It should not be throwing that error so many times. Okay, so it clicked on web table, it would be all fine. So this time, see, there's no error. So that error comes like every now and then. Like, don't worry about it. It's just that when it tries to connect and work with the browser, sometimes the connection does not happen the way it has to happen, and we get this error. Okay, so what it did is like it went to, so now since we have given depends on method, and then we wrote like navigate concept. So that means like this test will be executed only after this test is complete. So if this test is not complete, this will not get triggered. So that this way we have like, sequentialize this thing. And we can see that the first thing it did is it did The first thing was opening the browser, which is here. And after opening the browser, it will go to this test. It will run this part. So it will get the title. So it was the very first page. So title is register. It waited for 2 more seconds and then it went to this method. And here it first went and clicked onto the web table, which is uh, this thing here. And after clicking on this web table, it got to this URL, demo automation testing.in, and this URL. So now what we had to do is like we had to copy this URL and show it to us. So when I did a current URL, this function, it went ahead and it got the driver's URL. So driver's URL was this. After getting this URL, it displayed it here with the help of this statement like system.print.ln. So you can see the new URL is what we saw it here, webtable.html. So this link. Okay. So this is all about get current URL. Plus you have also learned something on depends on method, as in like how to make sure which test gets executed when. Now we'll learn something called priority. Let's see how to use priority. Oh, before that, I'll just give this code to you. So I'm giving both this test part to you. The rest will all remain the same. Please execute this. Try to understand what's the depends on method. We'll be learning more on depends on method like soon. And learning means we'll be using it more oftenly now. So you will get hands-on with this also. Please copy this code and execute it. And if you have any questions, please do let me know.
Shri, can you just show me how you got the XPath again?
Oh, XPath, yes. You missed one full class.
I was trying to see, it was 4 hours, I was trying to see it, but I guess I must have missed this.
Yeah, no worries. So this, imagine that I'm on register and I want to inspect this element, right? So first thing what I have to do is like, just a quick recap. Whatever element I want to find, right? I have to go click, do a right click and click on inspect. Sometimes it shows up directly with the element, but if it does not, then you have to again do, once the developer tool is open, you have to click on inspect again for it to show exactly which element you mean. So it's here. This is the element which I want to check or like I want to select, and then I'll do a control F. So control F will open up this new, this find thing, and it says find by string, X selector or XPath. The easy way, there are multiple ways to identify an web element, but what I want to, I like XPath. So what I do is, for XPath, there are a lot of different tricks in which you can find an XPath, which is here. Where is it? XPath pattern match. So there's like a lot of ways by which you can access the XPath. Um, I'll not go very much deep in it, but
Got
this
it.
is like a very basic, simple syntax, which is like it starts with double slash, then it
Mhm.
has your tag name, and then your attribute value. Okay, so now give you a recap on what this is. So this is the tag name. So A is one of the tag, and this href is attributes, and this is like the text which it displays. So there are like three parts to it. So what I want to do is like I want to search for web table. So this is I'm trying to search for the text. So I'll do double slash. The tag is A, and then this is the syntax. So I'll do text, and then I'll do equals, and then I'll do web table. So what it means is like go find a tag which has text called web table. So this is an easy way to find it. Then I can copy this, and like see it says 1 of 1, which means it found something, and then it will highlight that. So once you hover over that line in your this screen, it will show which what is this element. So you can see that web table is being highlighted whenever I hover over this A, right? So this means like this is going to definitely work. So I'll copy this, and then I'll use it in my code as driver.find element by XPath, and then I'll add my
Got
uh,
it.
element, yes. And then I can click it. So this operation of click is going to click on that link. So this is to find the web element. So this is to find this element. But what you want to do with element is the next thing. So I can click it. So by dot click, it will go and click it. And after that, uh, you have to wait for like 2 seconds to make sure that new page opens and everything. And then I'm finding the current URL and getting the current URL and displaying it. Okay,
Got it. Yes.
perfect.
Thanks.
Yeah. Well, anyway, if you know this concept, most of the time I'll be using XPath. So you'll be like well with XPath by the end of today's lecture also. However, if you want to go through CSS selector name ID and those things, you can go and watch like previous class video and refer to the notes. You will be good.
Will do. Will do. Thanks.
Okay. Did we execute this code?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Now we'll move to the next concept of priority. But before even going there, I hope the syntax which I knew, priority equals to priority equals to 0. Or even if I don't give this, it's fine. Let me see if it works. Okay. We'll discuss more on priority after this part, after get page source concept. So we will add one more method, which is to find the, you know what, before this, let me go page source, get page source, and then close and quit this display to selected. Navigate to forward back refresh. Okay. Um, page source. We got page source contains strings to find. Okay. Page source does not return parameter, returns a string value. And command can be used with various string operations. We're going to ascertain the presence of the special string value. Okay. Let's see what this displays first, and then we'll see more. So now, the next concept which we are going to learn is we'll add one more test. Or test. Okay. There is something called skip, right? We have seen that skip is present here. So when so like, no, let's not take it as skip. So when I write this as enabled equals to false, that means my this test will not be executed. Okay. So there's this attribute which I can add next to my text, all my test at annotation, which means like this test will be executed or not. So if enabled is equal to false, that means this will not be executed. So similarly, if I don't want to execute the next test, which is like, forget about priority right now. I'll discuss about this like in some time now. So I don't want to run even the second one. I don't want to execute this also. Okay, that's a duplicate. Okay, that's fine. And then I'll run this. So I'll start with this. I don't want to run the other two, and hence I've disabled it. When I say enabled equals to false, that means like disable it, right? Now I want to just run this one. This one is to get page source. Okay. So it's going to go to web table. Let's not go to web table here. Just let's. Okay. I'll go to different page this time. I'll go to maybe Windows. I'll go to switch to. So I'll do an inspect. And here I'll click on switch to. Where's my switch to? Here, this one. Copy, paste. It found easily. That's why I love XPath. Easy to navigate. Type this here. I'll create this driver.find element and then click on switch to. And then click. So click on this Windows. You know what? This will be so difficult right now. So that this to do this entire process, there's a way of mouse click. So I have to do switch to, and then I have to find an element for Windows. Okay. Okay, this part we'll learn later. Let's keep it easy for time being and go to this Windows directly. I'll go to my web page. Because for that, to learn that, I have to explain some actions which I'll learn, which I'll show when we move, when we get to the actions concept. I don't want to confuse you right now. So let's find, or like, we'll just change this to this one. Okay. So I'm doing get page source, get current URL. So let's get page source. And then I'll do get page source and then display page source. Okay. So I have disabled the other tests which we wrote earlier. What did I give you guys? When there was depends on method concept, right? Okay. Let me keep this here so that Okay. So that we don't lose the track. So this will be executed first, and then this will be executed, and then this will be executed. But since this is false, I don't need this right now. Okay. So what I'm trying to do is like I'm trying to go to this Windows page, but instead of clicking on switch and then Windows, I'm directly passing the Windows URL. So it takes me to the screen. And after that, I'm going to click on this. Click. Okay, so you can see that it's opens a new page. That's very simple. I'll inspect this click because I want to click here or like to this button. So this button says click, but this is the target underscore blank. Okay. So I want to click on this button, but to reach here, I have to do a double slash and then A is my link, and then I'll say uh, @ target equals to underscore blank. Target equals to blank. Target is the attribute. It should work, but why? Oh, so this is wrong stuff. You have to do a control F. Make sure that you always search here or else you will not be able to find. So now here if I wrote a target blank, but I want to click on this button. So I have to click a slash. And then if I tell a button, then it will directly take me to this one. So first I found this element, and then with the help of the slash button, after finding this element, I went into this element. So this slash is like how you have these folders here, like you see slash. So it's like my parent and then my child and then child's child and things like that. It's be of this way. So here, after you find the tag, if you want to find the tag underneath it, you can just give a single slash and then you can find that. So I'll do a copy and then just on this plus I'll do driver element by dot xpath, and then my xpath will be here dot click. Okay. What I'm doing here is like I'm trying to get the source of the page, but I'm also trying to open one more window. So let's see how it works. This one is for the next concept, to be honest. So let me just take it out here and then type it here. Okay, let's keep it simple. We are going to this Windows table and get the source value, or like get the page source value and see what happens. So I have disabled the others, so it will just execute these tests, this one here, and will execute the driver open and close. For time being, I'll not close the driver. I'll keep it open. So I've commented this. So it will just execute this one. So it will open this web page, and then we are hard coding it to go to some windows, and it will go to this page. It will get the page source value and it will display the page source value. So let's see how to do this. And on the side, we are also learning TestNG concept, which is hold on. Okay. The test is complete. Okay, so this is the page source value. So you can see that it has copied the entire source, which is like HTML code, page source. So this is our HTML code, and After you have it, you can either display it here or you can do some search thing here. So I can search for this autocomplete, and that will be like an assertion type of a search. So let's see how that is done. So what I've done is like I just went to this website, try to get the page source value and display the page source value. So when it display the page source value, you can see that it's kind of displaying everything what you see in your inspect. So when you inspect this page, okay, and this went to an what's the problem? Okay. So when I go to Windows and do an inspect, so whatever I find it here, all this has been displayed here in this part. Okay. So the HTML lang en, HTML lang en, head style, CLC, head style, and everything. So whatever you see here in this elements console, I mean elements part, is kind of displayed here in this section. Okay. So now you can perform some operations. Plus one more thing which I want to show about TestNG concept, which is you see when we made it enable equals to false, you see these two part didn't get executed. Okay. So this is something to remember, where like if I enable equals to false, that means my this test was not executed, even the this test was not executed. Let me see if the skip had. No, there was no skip. Okay, perfect. So you can see the test run is just one instead of all the three because the rest two were disabled. Perfect. Now what else? Now we'll move to the next concept, but before going to the next concept, there's something more on this page, which is Boolean results. Okay, so now you got the page source. Now, what if you want to find if there is something in this page, what you're looking for? So you can do a contains and it will say if the value is present here or not. So I'll do an inspect and I want to make sure that, open new separate window like this exists here or not. So I'll copy this part, open new separate window and try to see if it's present or not. So I got the page source and in my next line, I'll do driver dot, sorry, it will be Boolean and Boolean will have, let's say result. Okay, let me copy this completely. Copy. Now I don't want to display the entire page source, so I'll comment it out and I'll do a result. String to find is my open separate window. So this is something which I'm trying to find if it's present in the page source or not. And if it is present, then I'll display it system.out.println. If the results, if it is true, it will say it's present, or else I'll write two messages. The second one will try to search for Shrikant. Result true. So that we can see both, like if a message is present or if message is not present. This string is not used, so I'll comment it off right now. And we'll try to run the code. So what I'm trying to do here is just go to this website, get the source, and then search if this message is present in the source page. If it is present, then it will say message is present. If it's not present, it will say message is not present. Similarly, I'm doing one more search and trying to look for Shrikant, which should not be present. So we should get this message to is not present. Now I'll run the code and we'll see if both the things are true. Looks like my system has some problem, but yeah, ignore all these part. We'll see the first message is present, message 2 is not present, which is as expected. So it got the page source, it looked for open new separate window. It was present in the page because it is present. Open new separate window, this message is present. So it says the message is present. And the second is we tried to look for Shrikant. Shrikant was not present in the page anywhere, and hence it said message 2 is not present. This is an uh, easy concept to get the page source. So I'll share this code with you now, this complete code where you can see this enabled equals to false. No, my message is too long. So I'll be sharing this two tests together. I'm sharing this again so that because I've added this new thing called enabled equals to false, but nothing changed underneath it. And this is the second, this is the third method. So please run this and let me know once it's completed. Then we can move ahead to the next topic. We are learning TestNG and different WebDriver functionality together. What else is there? And I hope everyone knows this is a Boolean. Boolean means the result will store only two values, it is true or false. And hence we are using this if method, if statement to navigate. So if true, so if this element is present, this result will store true as a value, and then it will choose one of these options. just simple basic concept of Java, and hence like Java was required in order for us to learn Selenium. This display is enabled is selected. Okay. Oh, are we done? Did you execute it? Is there any errors which you guys are getting?
Yes, I'm getting some errors.
Can you show it to me, please?
Um, So when I try to run mine,
Mm-hmm.
let me try it again.
Get you are. So you have enabled equals to false and everything is good. Null pointer exception because this driver is null. Okay. Can you go to the first line? Show me where your driver is. Okay, so driver is here. This is fine. Okay, let's not look into enabled equals to false because that will be skipped anyways. Go down, little bit down. Okay, can you go to the first line? What does the first line say? Browser controls. Why does that have like an error? Does it say what is the error?
No,
Okay, can you just keep going down? Okay, it says test. Oh, public close input output exception driver dot get public void. Hold on. Get page source. Should be fine. Everything is fine. Okay, can you go down a little bit? Did you see if all the brackets which got opened is closed? Get page source. But why is it doing a markup on get this page, get page? Why does it say the line?
I think it's because the test failed, so it just is telling me that
Pointing out to that one. Okay.
maybe an import is missing.
Could be. Uh, how many imports do you have? Just these three?
Yeah, maybe
Just add like before class and after class and all these three rest down. Yeah, all this. Copy. Okay. Oh, where's your before class and after method? Go down. Do you have them?
no.
You don't have them, yeah. That's
Yeah.
right. Didn't find the driver. So you have to add like your before class and after class methods. Yeah, these two. One more, yeah, one more line.
Oh, yeah. So I can add them.
To this, yes, perfect. Yeah, added that. All right, correct. Now I think Control S, save it.
Yeah, for IntelliJ, I don't think you have to save. I can just run.
By itself, that's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's IntelliJ.
Okay, it works now.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Does it work for you, Sharon? Can you stop sharing? Perfect. Cheryl, you there? Maybe she's not around. Okay, she will see the video later. Then we can.
Shri, Shri, I'm getting an error.
What's there?
It says like socket exception.
Software?
Socket.
Socket. Oh, that you can rerun it. It sometimes happens,
Okay.
you know.
Okay.
Yeah, socket thing keeps coming up, even to me.
Yeah, that one it came before, but in the after class,
Mm-hmm.
so I have changed that one because we have named this class browser
Yeah,
because class is a keyword, so that's why. So I changed it to close.
close browser.
Then it works, but again now it started coming.
But I tried everything and it always showed issues. So for me, it was like maybe just like sometimes it has issue of connecting with.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
I've left it there. I didn't use my
Yeah.
hand at that point.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. Then if it is not a problem, okay.
yeah, it should not be a
Thank
problem.
you, Shri.
No, it's sure. This mic is not working. Okay, sure. Oh, why am I typing? Okay, Michelle, just I hope your code is running fine, and we'll move ahead. Okay, so next part of the code is.
Shri, we couldn't see the screen.
Yeah, I'm sharing. I forgot to share. This running fine. Okay, perfect. Screen one, share. Okay, so we are good here. Okay, so next one is very important interview question, which is browser commands close and quit. What is the difference between close and difference with and what is quit? So you can see here, this is very easy, and this is what you have to always remember, which is like when you say close, close will only closes a single window that is being accessed by WebDriver instance currently. However, quit will close all the windows opened by WebDriver instance. So we will see these two with examples now on how to driver like what driver close does and what driver quit does, and like how will driver distinguish between everything. So let's get into that. So I have this web page where uh, they have built it for automation testing. Here I would go to the Windows, switch to, and then Windows. So what I can do here is like if I do a click on this one, it will open a new tab. So I'll show that to you. How to make this go away. Take this to the switch. Okay, no tension. And now if I do a click here, it opens a new page for me. If I go to this and click, this will open a new window for me, right? So now let's see how to, I have already opened it. Now I want to close it. So how will I close this? For that, let's see what to do. So first I will go ahead and create one more test. Let me create one more test. And this one I'll say this will depend on get URL. I'll add one more test, add the test, but why do I'll just copy this. paste it here. Let's say Java close. Okay, so we are going to learn about that. And to do that, I don't need switch to click. I don't need sources. Oh, and I hope you guys try this both. So the commented one, please do uncomment this one, comment all the below, or maybe just keep it there. But make sure you practice these one. This is the real thing where you will see the paid source. Okay. I have it commented because I've executed this twice, but make sure you practice this without the commenting these two lines. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to this window first, then I don't need these things. Okay. And after that, I click on this button. So I'm going to my Windows tab, which is here. Switch to Windows. So I'll go to this one first, and then I have to click here. So for that one, I've already found this X path, and then it will click. Okay. You know what? I'll try to click it multiple times with thread dot sleep and then 2000 seconds, 2000 milliseconds, and let's see what it does. I'm trying to open this 1, 2, 3 times. Okay, this is what I'm trying to do. But now let's see if it does the work which we wanted to do. So I have to take this away. I have to take everything away in order for this to run because I've disabled the others, so don't worry about the others. My focus is to go to this link, find this button, click on it. The two like 3 times. So now let's see. Uh-oh. I think it's too much load for my system. It's giving up. Okay. It's running, I guess, but let's see. If not, we'll run it again. Now what? It was all. Chrome not reachable, okay. Sometimes your Chrome would give you problems connecting. It's okay. You can just restart your test. This happens a lot in real time also when you want your when you run a when you run your automation suite and it has to open multiple Chrome driver or like multiple web browser, Chrome browser, some of them will not get connected and those will fail. Then you have to make sure that after your run is complete, then you will rerun those failed ones. So you have to find those failed ones and you have to rerun it. Okay, so I have run this code, correct? And I can see that um, this is the browser which it used to open. It went to this frame and it clicked on, it performed this click 3 times, and hence you see this 3 browser show up. However, you should always know that since we have not instructed our driver to go from this screen, this driver browser to this one or this one or this one, it is pointing to this one right now. And hence I could click 3 times. We will learn about how to make our browser go from this tab to this one, and this one in some time. But for driver.close, you should just know that like right now it's on this screen, and hence it can click here and open as many things as it wants. Now we'll try to close first one. So let's try to close one of the browser and see what happens. So driver.close. So I'll open 3 of these. I'll open 3 tabs by clicking on this button, and I'll try to close the driver, and we'll see which of the driver will get closed. So let's close this one, run the case. So pay close attention now. You'll see that it will perform click and then open 1. It will open one more and it opens one more, and finally it closed the main one. So you see there was one here, it closed it, right? The main driver file, it closed it, but the others which was opened with the help of the same driver didn't get closed. So with the help of this close, it will just close the driver it is pointing to. Okay, so it just closes one window. Now we'll try to see the next option, which is driver.quit. Everything remains the same. I'll just run the code again to see what happens. You have to pay like close attention because once it opens all the 3 Selenium browsers or like the 3 tabs, it will close everything. So we'll pay a close attention to it and then see if it works or not. So it came to the screen. It will open the 3 browsers, 3 tabs. So 1 tab is open, 2, 3, and then it closed. It closed or like it quit, and it closed the entire what we say, it closed the entire browser, Chrome browser. So quit will close everything which this driver has opened, but close will just close the current page which driver is pointing to. Okay, so I'll give this code now. Please try this. I mean, please copy this and try this also. I hope there's no confusion between close and quit. Try both. I have commented the close, so make sure you comment close one time, driver.close, and then next time you comment this one, driver.quit, and try both and see how it works. And these things are required because if you're running a test, it will have like many browsers or like many tabs windows which gets open. So you have to always make sure that after your test is complete, you close them all, or else it will just leave like a lot of browsers in open state, and it will slow down your speed and everything. So it's always better to use driver.quit because it will make sure that it closes all the Chrome browser which our driver has open in that test case, and hence we use driver.quit here. Like, let me change it to quit. So we use this in after class to make sure like once our testing is complete, while it's wrapping up the testing, it will just go ahead and close the browser also. Okay, so please practice that, and then we'll move to the next concept, which is conditional commands. Is displayed, is enabled, is selected. You know what? These we will see it in the next when we are learning about how to figure out or like how to work with different types of elements. I'll try to cover these three topics because there's no is displayed, is enabled. Yeah, there's one code I have where I can uh, run all these three. We'll see that like later on. We'll go with the last topic of this PPT, which is navigate to, navigate forward, navigate backward, navigate refresh. Okay. So we'll see all these four functionalities. It's very easy. Shouldn't take more than 5 minutes. And I'll do all these four in like single test. I'll not um I'll not create more separate tests for each of them. Okay, before I go to this, let me fix this method, navigate concept, get URL, and this will be Java TestNG. Oh, sorry, this will be web page source. And web page false. Copy a new class. And this time I'll call it navigate options. I'm running this, so I'll remove this. And here, let me just keep going to, so I'll come here. I'll do driver dot navigate dot to. Okay. Did you execute it? Do you know the difference between close and quit now?
Yes.
Perfect. Let's move to the next one. I hope it's fun learning these new concepts and it's not like tension. I hope it's exciting. I hope you guys are excited to learn these new things. Yeah. Okay. Now we will see the four driver related commands which is useful to navigate. Okay. And the first one is navigate.to. So this command is like get. So similar to what we used to do here. So driver.get and then provide your URL. So similarly, driver.navigate.to, you can provide your URL. It will go to the URL which is mentioned. This command, it opens a new browser window and it will find the page you provided, able to redirect from the current web page to the expected web page. So we'll see that. The next is driver dot back. So let's see if it was, sorry, driver dot navigate dot back. So that this means like, since I have navigated to some different website, So this was my earlier, the first website. So what I'll do is like after this, I'm going to navigate to this page and then I'll go click on back. So I want to go back to this page. Okay. After going here, I want to again come back to this page. So like, what are these? F-O-R-W-A-R forward. So what are these navigate things? So these are nothing but uh, in your browser, you have this front. So this is back button, this is forward button, and this is refresh. So let's see. We will refresh also. Let me do a refresh also. So to do the refresh, forward. So let me do the backward again because I want to. Okay. And then I will. Okay. Let's go through the back and forward first. Then we'll see what it does. Thread.sleep and sleep for 3 seconds for us to see the difference. Okay. What I'm trying to do is like I'm trying to tell my browser to okay, go and get this page. And after getting it this page, I'll tell okay, no, I want to navigate to this page. So it will navigate to this page and then I want to navigate it back to this page and then forward to this page. So I'm going to do a whole bunch of things to understand these functionality of navigate, front, back, and to. So forward, backward, back, forward, and to. So all these three functionalities. So I'll run the code and see how it works. I've never used navigate to functionality, so this is the first time I'm running navigate to. Always we use like driver.get, driver.navigate to. I have not mostly used, so let's see. So my first, okay. So you can see that it went to back and then again it's going forward. So you can see that it is kind of switching between register and this windows. So first it went to the register, then it went to the switch to window, then it came back to register and then it came back to the register and then forwarded it back to Windows. So we have done these logics and it worked. Now I want to try if this works, as in like I'll try to do it here and see if it works. I haven't tried to navigate and see if if it opens up this page or not. So I want to try that. I have not tried this before, so let's see. I want to see if navigate to helps in accessing. Yeah, it does. Because, yeah, why would it not? Okay, it works. You can have it. Let's say it works. So you can write it instead of get anywhere, even for your first fetch. Okay, so this is the difference. So navigate to or like get is the same thing. You can use anything here. Now I want to show the refresh thing, which is like widely used, which is like go to my register. I'll try to inspect this address field, inspect div class. So text area, model text area, address, label is address. Okay, address. Where is address? So this is address. This one has div and then okay. So label is address. Okay, so I'll click double. The label has text of type address. Text label text availability RESS. Let's see if this works. I'm trying to find this element to explain the next concept. Oh, keep searching into the wrong place. Contains address, then slash div. Doesn't work. I have to go to this area text, this one. And since this does not have anything good, I have to come through this part. So I'm in this label. Label is like here. So I'll use the XPath apex, which is like to find the siblings. So I'll say sibling or say following sibling and then div. So with the help of following sibling apex, I came from this label to this, and then I'll just write text and area. So see, it with the help of this XPath, I reach text area. So this is the XPath apex where we can move around this div using parent child brother sister relationship ancestor. So this is my label which I first found with the help of address. Then I said like look for the sibling which is div and following as in like after this element and then text area. So text area is the tag which I want to look into. So I see only one element. So I'll find this element. What I'll do is I'll try to driver dot find element by XPath and then specify the XPath. And now I want to send some data. So send keys. This is 3 months before refresh. So I'll type some data in it and send it. Okay, and what I'll try to do now is driver dot find element. Oh, sorry, driver dot navigate dot refresh. Now I'll refresh this page to make sure that whatever I've written here is gone. But I want to make sure that I'm on that page. So first I was here, register.html. Then I went to Windows. I went back to register.html. Then forward again to go back to Windows. But this one is present on register.html. So I have to go back one more time. That way we will cover the concept of back, forward, and then refresh also. And after refreshing, I'll do a thread.sleep so that we all see it. Actually, before refresh, I want to show that this is working and then refresh. And then do a thread.sleep again. Okay, perfect. So everything is done. I'll run this code now and see if it works. So now I'm trying to show you all the 4 functionality of navigating to a website, clicking on this back button, clicking on this forward button, and everything. So you'll see that. Oh, My system is dying on me. Were you able to see that it wrote something here?
No, it crashed.
It crashed? Okay. I thought it crashed only for me, but looks like it crashed for everyone. Okay. Let me close all the windows and then run this again. I don't think so it will crash anymore. It crashed because of I have this filter thingy on, which is making it crash. Okay, let's see now. So register is open. So the first page, this is the second page. It will click on back. Go back to the first register page again. Now it will click forward to go back to Windows. So it clicked on Windows. Now it's again going to go back after 3 seconds. Click on back. Okay. And now it will find address. Try to add, yeah. So this says this is Shrikant before refresh, and it refreshed the screen. So you see, when it refreshed the screen, this value is all gone. You will have this as a new screen. So with the help of all these navigate functions, or like you can use all these navigate functions this way. Perfect. I'll give this code to you. Run it. Fun stuff. And we'll take some break. Please run this. We'll take 10 minutes break and then we'll catch up again. Run it and let me know if you have any issues. This is on me. Is display disenabled is selected. Please remember, if I forget to teach these 3 topics, please remind me, okay? Is display disenabled is selected. Is selected, so for sure I'm going to teach. Is displayed and enabled right after the break if I find something. Next topic is going to be super exciting topic. Yeah. Did you all execute this?
Yes, it works.
Perfect. So let's meet at 11:50. Take some break until then. Okay.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Is my screen share still on? Yeah. Okay, so we have covered those topics. Now let's go to a very important topic, which is let's finish this quickly first, and then we will start. So now we will first look into all different types of weights we have. Weight as in thread.sleep is one of the weight. We have used this since day one. What this thread.sleep does is it will make your compiler or like it will make your execution to stop for that many seconds. It's like if I give it as 500 thread.sleep and 5000 milliseconds, which is equal to 5 seconds. So which means that for 5 seconds, there won't be any execution. So your Java or like everything will be stopped. So it will be like wait for 3 seconds or 5 seconds, whatever you provide here. So this is sleep command where your page or like your Selenium will stop or your even Java will stop. The second type of wait is called implicit wait. Okay. So now this wait is something which you will define in your driver for your driver. So what this implicit wait will do is like it will wait or it will tell the Selenium WebDriver to wait for specific amount of time. And if it does not find some element within this amount of time, then it will throw an error saying no such element exception. So like, why did we add this thread.sleep? We added this thread.sleep because like, sometimes our browser is a little bit slow and our Java code is a bit faster. So to load a page, it takes like maybe 2 seconds. Then we have to add like thread.sleep 5000 to make sure that page is properly loaded, and then we perform operations on it. So, uh, so if you don't want to do this thread.sleep, you can do this implicit wait, which means that it will make your so while trying to find an element, your driver will wait until this time. So it will wait for maybe 30 seconds, 40 seconds, 50. So whatever you define here, it will wait that many number of seconds. If it finds an element within this time, it's fine. It will go and perform the operation. It will not wait for complete 10 seconds. It will just wait until it finds that. Or like it will wait for 10 seconds and keep finding the element till 10 seconds. And if it does not find, then it will throw no such element exception, right? Uh, so now let's see how to incorporate this into your program. And then then we'll see something called explicitly wait, which is like uh, if you want some external conditions. So like if you want to make sure that you want the driver to wait until some element is visible. So it's like you have a page where mm, maybe not this one. You have a page where when you click on one button, then a whole new list of elements shows up. So until you click this button, the whole list of elements will not show up. So in those cases, you can use this explicitly wait, where you will say that, where you will say that, okay, wait until the element is visible. Element not visible exception. So like that. And then we'll see how to write code for this and how to search for those condition. And here also we have alert is present, element to be clickable, element to be selected, frame to be available and switch to it. So there are different ways or different types. I'll not be discussing all these types because it's going to take very long. I'll just discuss a basic way of using this uh, explicit wait and implicit wait. That's it. So thread.sleep is good. Now let's see some implicit wait program. I think I have written one implicit wait. Let's see if this works. Let's see what page this is. Practice automation testing. You can open any of the page here. Doesn't matter. Implicit wait is just that. Okay, let's take this as an example. Why to choose something which is different? Okay, let's take driver.get register as an example. Wait a second. So this is the line which is going to add uh, the implicitly wait. I don't know why it says deprecated here, but it's not deprecated. It works fine. We'll see how to use this. So we can like how we can do driver and add things to it. I can do driver.manage timeout and 10 milliseconds. So this way it will add this 10 milliseconds to it. Now I'll try to enter something in this address field. We already have that here. Send key. So we will see without this and then with this. Let's not add anything. Okay. So I have this simple code where I'll open the Chrome browser, try to go to this web page, maximize it, and then try to do and then try to find this element and send this to the element. Let's see if it works. Then to this code. Okay, it does work. I'm trying to figure out if we see that error. I want to find that. I want to get that element not found exception. This website is fast. It's finding the element really fast. Let me see. Let me see. Any page which will take more time. If it could find this, it could find others also easily. Let me use demo tools. Maybe there I won't be able to find so quick. I'll try to locate this element email ID. So input ID equals to I'm just trying to figure out if I can find some exception where this will start to make the difference. I hope it triggers the exception error. If not, I hope we see that error. If we don't see, then I have one more way. With that, I'm pretty sure we will see it. Not responding. We found it again. Okay. The next method which we have is by commenting everything out and then making everything in same page. Looks like today both the things are super fast. Java is waiting by all itself and we're not getting that error anymore. Which place can have error? There was one more website which had an error, which was taking more time to load. Do you guys remember which website I was using to show? I remember I showed this unable to find error before. But do you know which page it was? Kind of lost all my previous projects, so it's a little bit difficult for me to find that out. Let me check if my previous workspace is still there. Eclipse workspace, learning, source. Mm, Okay, I think I should have it somewhere here. Locator, source code.
Is it the orange hedge error or?
No, there's one more. But I don't know if I show that to you. It's okay. I think even this one, we had to put thread.sleep. So let me see if this one would work.
Yeah, it's orange hedgehog.
Today, earlier, anytime I tried, I used to get that error. Today, surprisingly,
Yeah,
oh,
and orange hedgehog is low. Yeah, we can use the weights.
okay, so if this one is slow, then
Yeah, this is slow. Yeah,
this is
we
slow.
can. Yeah. I have tried implicit weight on this one.
Okay, let's try this. These ones are so fast. You'll be like, we don't need this implicit weight on this. Okay, let me try this code. Okay, I have this and I have this and everything here. So from here till here should be good enough. Okay. Okay, perfect. Let me use without thread sleep, it should go to an error.
Shri, we accidentally deleted the Chrome driver initiation.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Let me do this. Yes. Then I'll fix it again. I just want to see that error.
Yeah, it will look.
It
Yeah,
will-
it's really slow.
Remember, we saw it. That's why we
Yeah,
introduced thread.sleep also.
yeah, it's
There is
really slow. Yeah,
okay.
no such element exception will come. Yeah,
Correct. Yeah, no such element. That means like since the browser couldn't find this element, we got
yeah,
no such exception.
yeah.
Okay, let me fix this before test because I don't want us to get out of this practice. We should have our Chrome driver here. We should have our get also here. Okay. And this is no longer required because we have this is no longer required. I'll call it simply and it allows okay. So I'm trying to implicitly wait and we are getting this error now. Before this error, let me fix this and see this. Yeah, do you know why do we get this with IntelliJ? This implicitly wait being cancelled. Okay. Now there's no error. Let me remove this line. And I should see this error. Do you know why this gets like cancelled out? Okay, yeah. So you can see here that I have not used driver.manage.timeout. So here we are seeing no such element, unable to locate the element. And that means like my Java code is executing like way faster than my browser. So it's not waiting for my browser to load completely. And hence we used to, earlier we got rid of it by making the thread to sleep, as in like making our driver to sleep for like 2 seconds or 3 seconds, similar to that. However, now the implicitly wait, you can change this driver.manage timeout and change it to 10 seconds. So it will wait for 10 seconds to find any element before saying that unable to locate an element. So now let's execute the code with that. And this is the syntax. So driver.manage timeouts, and then you will write the number of seconds and then time unit in seconds. So see, this time it waited for admin and password, and then it has input admin and password successfully.
Yeah, Shri, the implicit wait. So this method is deprecated now. So I can share the new syntax.
What is the new one for instead
Yeah,
of this?
I shared this one in chat.
Okay, let me check. Implicitly wait. Duration of seconds.
Yeah, duration. Duration is Java time.
Okay. I did come across this duration of seconds yesterday night. Let me see where it is.
But recently, Java has released a new version, JDK to 21.
Mm-hmm.
So with the 21, they have a different class import for the duration, but it's not working for 21. But if it is 17 or 18 or something, it will work.
Okay. Yeah, this
Yeah,
is
it's working. Yeah,
so
this is a new one. Yeah,
time unit seconds is not working. Okay.
yeah, that is the old one.
Okay. Maybe
Is
this
the-
one is the old one, time unit and seconds.
yeah,
It's nice that they took it off because this one was annoying to remember
yeah,
this time unit and seconds.
seconds. Yeah,
In your interviews. This is so difficult.
yeah.
This is easy. Duration.
Yeah, this is easy.
Yeah.
But yeah, but yesterday someone came across Java JDK 21. So
Okay.
they are telling this duration is now changed. I don't know. I have to find the way.
Okay. So even this is kind of gone. But then they will add something new and easy. That's what.
Yeah, new. Yeah, if there is any syntax, they can. Yeah,
Also,
but this is.
I also
Uh,
know that JDK, the latest version, have some features uh,
mhm.
which is like Python, where you don't
Okay.
always write like classes and
Mhm.
so it's like import will still be the same, but the way you write your classes will be like little bit different, or which
Oh,
you call the classes. So something has been changed where they try to
okay.
match Python.
Oh, okay.
So
Uh,
I'm not sure what is it exactly. I have to still look
yeah,
into it, but with Python it's so easy. Python
so
is
easy.
it's
Oh,
very nice, very easy. Like you don't have to do so many things.
oh,
It's like how you read some book, it will be like that.
yeah. Yeah,
Okay, it is completely like that. Like programming language is like how you read SQL,
yeah.
SQL language. But again, you need to know the concepts.
Concept.
Yeah, so like creating a class, writing this
Mm,
web driver here.
mm.
If you don't know all this, then even Python is difficult for you.
Difficult. Okay.
But it's very easy
Easy.
comparatively, yeah, from this one.
Yeah.
In my office, I'm working on Python, and here for teaching, I'm working on Java. So I have
Yeah.
both the things going in my head at the
Yeah,
same
it's difficult. If I ask someone to write the code in C now,
time.
then yeah,
So
I will struggle. Yeah.
yeah, it's like that. But again, yeah, this is nice. So now we have implicitly wait
Yeah.
and duration of seconds. So the syntax is different, but again, you will see the main thing will remain the same. Just some classes they keep changing. They will change like the way they are identifying the time and things like that. So that does not matter. But again, the point of this is it will wait for 10. Oh, this is 30 seconds, too much. 10 seconds. 10 seconds is ideal time. So if it does not find anything within 10 seconds, then it will throw an error. But if it finds your element within 10 seconds, it will continue the process. So this is better than adding thread.sleep in your code. So this is implicitly wait. You guys can try this one also. I'll share this code, but let me take away a few things. Uh, Let me add this back. Take this away. I'll still provide you with this the first one, but I think this is deprecated. So however, it did work for me. Maybe it might work for you also. But again, try this new one. New one is 100% working fine. I came across this duration of seconds yesterday also, but then I didn't use my head too much. I was like, what is this new thing? Oh, after test. Here we go. Copy. Okay, paste. Please try this, and then we'll move to explicitly wait. Do you have any web page where you tried the explicitly wait, Priya?
Yeah, we can try for this one too. For the first one, yeah. For the first text box, we can write the WebDriver wait.
WebDriver wait for this one until.
Yeah, for this one also. Because we have the element already. We
Yeah.
have to write WebDriver wait.
I wanted to show something which is like not visible and then it's visible, but I couldn't find anything. So I think like if you enter admin.
Yeah, if we delete the implicit wait, then we can try this one for each element, for username and password.
Okay. So that will be if element is visible, that will work. Okay, let's try that.
Yeah.
But there's so many elements, so many different types of this thing.
Yeah. So this one we can use
Element visibility.
yeah, visibility of the element.
Okay, let's try that. Let's ignore the rest for now. Okay, element visibility. So driver, let's go back. Meanwhile, you guys can run this other one in your program. The one which I've shared. Remove this part. Okay, block this. That way there is no. No try.sleep or this one. Perfect. Okay, web element. Let me get the web element from here.
So after creating the web element,
So
so the next line is going to be the wait.
Yeah. So I'll create this web element first.
Yeah.
It's my
So
user.
next line, we
So-
have to write the code for WebDriver.
Yeah, which is here.
Yeah.
So this plus this. But instead of, we can do wait until. We can add everything in the same line. Wait until expected condition visibility, and then.
No, actually, we have to first write the element, find the element. So next we have to, so if the wait is already initiated, WebDriver wait is already initiated, then okay. Otherwise, we have to write WebDriver wait.
Oh yeah, we have to initiate this.
Initiate the wait.
Wait, yeah. Wait, I think it should be somewhere here.
Yeah.
WebDriver wait, where's the syntax?
So
Driver.
yeah, WebDriver wait.
Oh yeah, here, this one.
Yeah. Wait equals to new WebDriver. Yeah. Yeah, that's one.
This one is pending. Correct. So one is, so let me put this first, WebDriver wait, new duration. Oh yeah, here I saw duration of seconds.
Yeah, duration of seconds.
I didn't see this before. Okay.
Okay.
This one was first time, web element.
Yeah, web element should be the first line. Next one is WebDriver wait.
Okay. Okay, so find the web element.
Yeah.
Okay.
The third line is wait dot.
Good. And then this.
Yeah, if we press wait dot, then it will show us the conditions. Wait dot until. Yeah.
Okay, and now
expected condition. Yeah, expected condition.
not to write completely.
Yeah, it's here already.
Condition.
I think we have to import that to
Okay.
expected condition.
Yeah, but it will show here. Like
Yeah.
we have
Element to be visible.
present and attributes. We can choose any of these options.
Yeah. Element.
But since we are doing visibility.
Yeah, visibility of the web element.
Of web element. So now we can choose our web element from here. Oh, it already did it for me. Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
So now we have to try to give the send keys.
Okay.
Yeah, the time is correct.
Perfect.
Yeah, we can try that. Yeah, for the first one, we can try if it works then.
Then we have to incorporate this everywhere.
Yeah, we can do that for the password too.
Oh.
So we can comment the password and we can try first one then.
This one will work anyways. Like if it waits for the first one, second one, it will work.
Work, okay.
Yeah. Now let me do close this, listen, and then run this. Okay, perfect. Oh, why did it go up? Didn't
So
work.
maybe we have to increase a little bit.
Maybe yes. But how many seconds was it?
10 sec. Yeah, it's more than 10. Yeah, every time it is different. Yeah, it was slow this time.
Okay, let me make it 20 seconds then.
Yeah.
And 10 seconds it took. This thing I want to fix is this. Oh yeah, it worked.
Yeah,
This.
now it works. Yeah.
Okay. So this is one way, and I have examples here. So you can just keep using these other type of expected element, which is visibility of elements, element to be clickable, and invisibility of presence of all elements located by tag name. So all these are like different ways to find these elements or like to have in this expected condition, which is like you're saying that you have to wait until this expected condition is met. So currently we are trying to have this we have this web element called username element. So we found it with the help of username. And we are trying to say that until it's visible. So until it's visible means like it should be visible for the screen in your screen. And once it's visible, then it will use it. And then it will like get out of this wait. So these are like explicit conditions which will work or like which will help you make sure that to click on some element only when you're sure that it's present. So for all those cases, you can use this WebDriver wait, and it's called explicitly wait because you're telling your browser to explicitly wait for that element. And if your element is not found within this time, then it will throw out an exception, and you can either catch that exception or it will show the error like what it showed us earlier.
Yeah, if it is explicit wait, then it will show the timeout exception.
Correct. So
if it is implicit, then it will show the no such element exception.
we put 5. Let's see what it shows. It will show that error, and then it will show the exception also.
It will throw timeout.
It looks like it worked. Oh, because it was open. So it uses cache sometimes and like it works that way, but it's not always true. Okay, this time it failed. And the error which we got is unable, no such element, unable to locate the element. Because it couldn't find the element within 5 seconds. If it could have found the element in 5 seconds, then it would have closed. It would have gone to the next step and performed the other steps. Okay, so this is explicit wait and how to handle them. We'll move on to the next topic. Oh, before moving on to the next topic, I have to provide this example. Provide this. Visibility off. So first thing we have to set set an explicitly wait. Then we have to take the two ways. One is this visibility. And find the element. Okay, so all these are the steps. I don't think so I can pass everything here. No, too long. You know what? This is present here anyway, so I'll remove them. My system froze. Okay. Still long. Close this. Okay, I've provided the code. You can try it yourself as well. I'll go over this code again. So first, what I'm trying to do is like go into a website and then make sure. I mean, this website does not load on time. It takes time to load. So what we want to do is we want to try and tell this website, okay, you have to wait for one of the elements to show up, and that takes some time. So the time I have to give is maybe like 10 seconds. Sometimes 10 seconds work, sometimes 20, sometimes 15. So what it does, like first you are trying to find the element. So you'll create a web element of name, username element, and then you will tell how to find this element. So you'll tell driver to find the element and try to give the parameters by which driver could find this element. The second would be to set an explicit wait. So even to set an explicit wait, first you have to initiate an object of WebDriver wait. So first I'll do that. I'll create a wait object of WebDriver wait, and to this WebDriver wait, I have to pass my driver, plus I have to pass the duration of seconds which it has to wait. So maybe 15 seconds. In 15 seconds, it might find it. And then I'll say wait until, and then there's an expected condition which tells like until what time this is going to wait. And here I'm going to say the visibility of is my wait type of condition. So like until this element is visible, please wait. And this has to be within 15 seconds. So within 15 seconds, if it's visible, the element, then it will perform these steps. But if it does not find this element within 15 seconds, then it will throw the error, which we are seeing here. So this is the explanation. So similarly, there's not just visibility of type of a function here, but there are many more. So you can explore them all one by one, but all by yourself. So one says alert is present, second says and if you have multiple conditions, I guess. Third one is attribute contains web element, attribute to be DOM, attribute to be DOM property to be element to be clickable, element selection state to be. So all these are like different functions of or like different methods in expected condition. You can choose whichever is your case. You will come across the case where sometimes element is not visible, sometimes text is not matching, sometimes there are not all the elements which is present. So those things are all your case. You have to choose the case which is like very much applicable to your case, and then run it, and then make your browser wait explicitly for that element. Here, this explicitly wait will not be applied to all the elements. So wherever you write these two lines, it will just be applied only at that point. So this explicitly wait is applied only to username element or like this element. That's it. Once this 5 line of code is executed, the scope of this wait is completed. It's not going to be present anywhere else, right? However, if you have implicitly wait or thread dot sleep is also like that. Thread dot sleep like sleeps for like 10 seconds and then gone. But implicitly wait is not like that. Implicitly wait, when you write implicitly wait, that means for every element, if it can't find within like implicitly wait, if you have it for 10 seconds, that means like it will wait until 10 seconds to find this element. If the element is not found, then it will throw an error. If it finds it, it will perform the work. And that will be done before every element, before everything which you see here, before every element, before finding any element, or like before finding every elements in this page. So you have to make sure that is the difference. You know the difference. So implicitly wait will wait for all the elements. Explicitly wait, wherever you have mentioned it, it will just be used there. It's similar to thread.sleep. Thread.sleep will sleep for like that amount of time. It will not wait for until all this. So explicitly wait, it's like here we see 15 seconds. If your element is found within 10 seconds, then it will click on the element and it will do all the work. But for thread.sleep, if you put 15 seconds, it will sleep all 15 seconds. You cannot do anything about that. So these are the differences. It is an interview kind of a question where interviewers will ask you the difference between, first they'll ask you what are different types of weight, and then they will ask you the difference between each of them and when to use what. So you have to be thorough with that. The next concept is page load timeout command. Before we win that, we can go over this topic also. Implicitly wait provision means Selenium amount or something not visible after wait for the specific point, then throw no such element exception here. If an element is not found, we'll get no such exception element for implicitly wait. In explicitly wait long time, particular condition and particular web element, this is run. It will wait until the condition or the maximum wait time provided before throwing the exception element not visible exception. Okay, let's see this exception before we move on to the next topic. Let me change this by 1, 2, and then run this code to see if we are getting that exception or not. Exception is this says no such element, unable to locate the element. It could
Shri, actually, we have to reduce the time and see how it works. If it is not found until that time,
if it is
limit.
found until the time limit. Yeah, but even if I give this in name, both
this element is not there.
yeah, it's not so unable to locate the element. So this is correct. No such element exception. But even if we give like maybe like 2 seconds here and remove this, we will still get the same error. It will be like very generic. It won't give you a new type of an error.
Usually it comes as a timeout exception. But
Timeout exception.
yeah, if it is explicit wait, if it couldn't find it in between that inside that 2 seconds, then it should throw the timeout exception.
Okay.
Actually, if we try to comment that password and try, then we can,
This one?
yeah, those two lines. Yeah. Yeah.
These two lines should have no impact to it. No?
So there is no wait for that one. So there is a chance of throwing no such element exception.
Let's see. I have given only 2 seconds. It should find, it should not find within 2 seconds for sure. Oh, it found it.
It found
I think now this application is fast.
very fast. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the Eclipse is already having some cache.
Yeah, it would have it. That's why
Yeah.
it's fetching it really fast. Yeah, it's finding it all the time.
Yeah. Within 2 seconds.
Within 2 seconds, but that's like
Oh.
strange finding it. Oh, maybe this one. Since it gets time to maximize,
Mhm.
maybe that's why. Let's not give time for it to
Oh.
maximize. Because all this maximize and everything keeps
Yeah, it takes some time.
takes time. That's why. Okay, now it didn't find.
Oh, that's good.
No, it still says unable to locate the element because it I don't know why it does not try to find something. Can it
Yeah.
first of
See?
this sentence being in the first line? Let me check. Where is this notes? WebDriver visibility by tag name input. Okay. You know what? Let me try this method also. By name username. Visibility of web element. So it should be driver.find element and completely. This is a web element.
Yeah, we can just comment that line 30.
Yeah, I'll do that. But let me first see if this is okay. So this is covering here and this is covering this one. This one more thing. Okay.
Oh, here it is for send keys.
Um,
Yeah, we can comment that also. Yeah, we will try whether
this is just to try to see if we are getting the other kind of an exception. Yeah, we are looking for timeout exception, not
yeah.
for us to. Okay. No, it still says
No, still no such element exception.
yeah.
Yeah, we don't have the implicit wait too, but till
No idea why this is happening. But anyways,
yeah.
in your program, if you see timeout exception, it means this.
Yeah, I have read the thing, one of the interview question.
Yeah.
They have asked like what exception it will come if it is couldn't find inside that explicit wait condition. So
Yes.
they have mentioned time.
Okay. If they have mentioned the other one, but like if we run this code, we don't see that as an error. We just see that unable to locate the element.
Yeah, unable to locate the element only coming.
Maybe that will give us so the next topic which we are going to learn, which is here expected class can be loaded provided by predefined. Okay, let's see some of the conditions before finishing this.
Yeah.
So we will see alerts in the next topic. We have like 3 types of alerts, so we'll cover them. And this exception is to make sure that alert is present or not. Until the alert is present, you have to. So alert is nothing but, let me show you quickly what alert is. Where is the web page? Control automation testing. Okay. Well, alerts are here. So there are three types of alerts. We will be covering more about alerts and how to handle them in our next topic. But alerts are like of three types. You see this alert which we get here. So this is one alert. So how to handle this with exception is mentioned here. Sorry, where did it go? Here. Okay, so it says alert is present. So that alert is what we are looking for in this case. And then element to be clickable. You have to use this way to, until, or like wait until element to be clickable on the page. So with the help of this, you have your explicit will make your browser to wait until some element becomes clickable. So this is for that. Elements to be selected. This will be used, or like your explicit wait will make your browser to wait until the element is selectable on the page. So, and then this is for frames. We will see frames also. And this one is for if a new frame is available or not. If it is available, then switch to the new frame. So it's for that. We will read about frames also. Let me show you quickly what frames are from this website. Where did it go? Okay, so frames are here. Frames. So frames are nothing but it's like a envelope in which all your elements are present. So imagine like this is a very big envelope, and then this small element is present inside this frame. So we will see there's a tag called frame, and it will all be present inside that. And see here there is a frame, and then there's a frame inside this frame. So we will see different frames and how to handle these frames in the next topic. But these are frames, just a general idea. So these exceptions would be to find if the frame shows up and then switch to the frame. So that is one of the condition. Wait until the frame is available and frame selected. And then invisibility of wait and check element is invisible. So invisibility of element. So you have to make sure that element is not visible. Presence of all elements located by. So you have a function and you have to make sure that all the elements are located. Present element located by. So this is one, and then text to be present in element. So if there's a text which is present in some element, you have to wait until that. Text to be present in element value. So there's a value of attribute in element, you have to wait for that to be present. Visibility of is something which we checked. Title contains, so you have to wait until the web page title will show something. So these are like all different wait functions which you can explore. But to use these functions, the criteria, the way to use it will be very, very same. First, you have to create a web driver wait element object. And with the help of this object, you have to say until and then expected condition, whatever your condition is. And based on your condition, you have to provide your web element here. Either you have to provide your web element, or you have to provide like the tag name on how to find the element and things like that. So different function needs different inputs, and you have to make sure you provide them properly. Okay, the final is page load timeout command. So this one says like determines the amount of time to wait for a page load to complete before the error is shown at the end of the time. So it kind of tells like how much our driver should wait. So here the driver manages timeout, page load timeout 50 seconds. So if your page is loaded within 50 seconds, it's fine. If it is not, then it will throw an error. So let's see. To be honest, I've never used this function. This is the first time I'm using. I have known about it, but never used it. So let's see how this will work. Page timeout. Let me create a new class. Did you use it before, Priya, or anyone?
No, Shri, I didn't try this one before.
This one? Okay, perfect. We will try it together then. Page timeout, my class name, finish. I think we can still use the same, this one, this website,
Yeah, this website is
because this takes a lot of time to load. And since page timeout is very simplistic, I can use this part. Page timeout is driver related. I'll put it here. And I'll add annotations. Oh, my web driver. Driver is driver here. Even this is deprecated. Suppress.
Oh, yeah, I think so.
Wow. Then what are they using instead of page load timeout?
Yeah, maybe we can try the duration of seconds.
Okay, the same thing. Oh,
Yeah.
the time unit second is deprecated.
Yeah.
Okay.
So just like the one, yeah, the same thing we can try.
Earlier they used to pass this way, but now, okay, now it
Yeah.
works. Okay, so the way they, so the name of the class is, or
Same.
the
Yeah.
method is still the same. The
The
way
parameters passed
parameter
to
is
us.
different. Okay. So let me keep it 2 seconds. If it does not load this page in 2 seconds, we will get timeout error. So this is timeout exception. Now I feel. Let me run this. It will say that time is done.
Oh, good. It will come, I think. It's taking time to load.
Oh, this is taking super long. Okay. Again, unable to look.
Only then no such an exception. Oh.
Why is this?
But yeah, there's no such an exception. It's not going.
No such elements unable to locate.
Uh,
No such element.
maybe we can comment those lines inside the function and try. I don't know.
Driver.manage.timeout. Page load timeout duration 2 seconds. Let's try this. Nope, no errors.
No errors. It passed.
Yeah.
It open.
Let me see. Yeah, it's present here. Oh, this one has something else to do. It says if the timeout is negative, then the page load may be indefinite until the page load. Determines the amount of time to wait for a page load to complete before the error is thrown at the end of time. I don't know. It does
Yeah,
not.
it should work. Yeah.
It should show some error, but it's not. 0 seconds, page load timeout. So page one timeout. Oh, looks like I have to give this here. It gets this and then I'm giving it. That's why. So just the way where it has to be present. It has to be present before. See, now I got it. Timeout received, message render. Timeout received, message from render. So you have to mention it before you load the driver. I mean, before you get the web page. That way, your driver is configured to load the page within 2 seconds. If it does not load the page within 2 seconds, you get this error. So this is how you see the page load error. And if you give like 10 seconds, if your page is not loaded within 10 seconds, then you will get this error, or else you will not get this error. So this is one more. And okay, this time it took more than 10 seconds, and hence we still got took more than 10 seconds, and it says element couldn't find. Okay, so it took more than 10 seconds. Page load 10 seconds.
No, now it couldn't find the elements.
It couldn't find the elements.
Yeah.
But it loaded within 10 seconds.
Loaded, yeah, I think so. It loaded in 10 seconds, but it couldn't find the elements. So
Okay.
it went
Maybe
to
there's a small
username.
between,
Yeah,
between them both.
the name is not found.
Yeah, maybe the page completely, I don't think it's complete load. I think it was somewhere in between where, or like just 10 seconds it was complete. Oh, main is like after this, it will wait for 10 seconds. Page was loaded, but
Mhm.
before it could reach this 10 second, it reached here, and then boom, boom, it kind of,
Yeah.
yeah, that's what happened. So like there's 10 seconds we are telling for the page to load,
Mhm.
and the page was loaded, but my, what do you say, my this
Yeah, Selenium already went there.
Selenium already reached to this part and executed these two lines. And
Yeah.
other, okay, makes sense. Okay, that's fine. So let's take off this for now and say that load for 2 seconds. That way you guys will get error, which is fine. You have to fix it with the help of providing more number of seconds. But the only trick is you have to add this driver.manage.timeouts page load timeout before you try to get your URL, or else like if you put it after, then you have, it has to like the very next browser what you try to, not the web browser, the next page when you try to load, it will wait for 2 seconds, and if it does not find that page, then in 2 seconds then it will show this error. So this is page load timeout. You have to set this up in your driver. uh, So all this driver dot whatever you do, it's like you try to set up the driver with some properties. So here you are trying to set your page load timeout error for like 2 seconds. So if your page is not loaded within 2 seconds, it will throw an error. Okay. So now I'll give this code to you. You can run it and you can uncomment these lines later on to try more. So this is page timeout error. Where are you guys? Like here. Yeah, perfect. So please try this, and then we'll move to exciting topics. Let's close all this now. Okay. Now new other TestNG class. Let me call this web form. We just doing this. Is it done? This is the new concept.
Yeah, done.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Okay. So now the new topics and like very important topics are working with different types of web elements. So we have seen up until now, we have seen different types of locators, like we have seen some different types of browser navigations plus different types of weights. And now it's time for us to get familiarized with different types of um web elements. Okay, so there are various types of web elements. So for example, in this web page, we have this called text box. This is called password. So whatever you type, it's like it shows you dots. This is text area. That means like you can write like a very big description as like how many words you want. Maybe like it has some limits to it, but that amount of letters you can write here. Then this is something called disabled input, as in like you cannot uh, write anything to the input or read anything from the input. This one is read only. So see, you can copy this input field, but you cannot type anything in this field. So this is read only input type of a field. Then you have web element, which is drop down type. So see here, you can select anything from these drop down. And then you have data list. So like you can type something and then select from the list. So this is one more type of, and then you can upload a file. Then there is like checkbox. You can select checkboxes, unselect checkboxes, radio buttons. You can select, unselect radio buttons and checkbox. The difference is radio button. You have two options, you can select one of the radio buttons. With checkboxes, you can select and unselect checkboxes. So this is one. This is color picker. And then there's a date picker. So you can pick the date, and then this is the slider. So you can slide the within the range. So these are like different types of uh, web elements. Other than and like to perform operation with these elements, we have some Java, or not Java, I would say Selenium uh, built-in functions to make some of or to make not to make to work with all these web elements easy. We will be seeing those things now. We'll start with input text and text area. So all these are of type input, but they will have like different tags in your inspect. So we will see them all. So this is of type input. So this one is of type input. This one is of type password. So you'll see that the difference between them is like it will say the type is password. Both are of type input, but one says type is text, hence you can see it. But once they say type is password, password means like whenever you type anything here, it will be hash. It will show star star or dot dot or bullet points or anything. So that's the difference. So this is a way to mask your input. And then third one is text area. So let's see what text areas tag is. So for text area, the tag will be text area. For others, you see it's input, but different type of input. But here text area is like the tag name itself is text area. That means like you can write a lot of text here. Okay. And then you have this disabled input. So here, this one is of input type, but it has an attribute called disabled. So this attribute, so this input has like some class name, some type, some name, some placeholder. Doesn't matter all these things, but like this thing matters. When it says disabled, that means you cannot read or write into this field. Okay. And the final field will be of type read only. So here you will see there's an attribute called read only. So that means you can read from this input box, but you cannot write anything. So these are like the different attributes which you have for all the input fields or like all different types of input. So you once we work with all this, you will be like well aware with how to work with all these fields and different fields. So like these are all for input fields. So now let's see how to work with all these fields. I've already written the code so that it does not take a lot of time for us. So I'm trying to find the element. First one is very easy. We have seen this so many times. So like I'll not explain this again, which is where did it go? Which is text box. So text box is easy. I will inspect it. I know that there's an ID called my text ID. So it's easy to find this ID. And I have used by ID directly because ID is like the most um, widely used, and like it means that there will not be any other element in this web page with the same ID. So it's easy for me. And to locate an element with the ID, we know that we can use by.id and then provide the ID name. That way it will find the element. And then with the help of send keys, I can send information. So with the help of send key, I'm sending Shrikant as the input to the first field. Okay, so it will come here and it will write Shrikant like this. It's easy. Second is with password. Can someone say me like how can I locate the password? So I have on the screen, I have written everything. So this is the field and this is the selector. So can someone tell me like what is the locator which I should use, or like what locator can I use with the value of the locator? You can give any locator, it's fine, but let me know. How will I find this input?
You can locate it by class.
With class, you can, but you see, with class, I will have this one plus this also has same class, form control, form control. So does it look like a good option? Because with class, you'll have many. And I told you with form control, I can see so many. So if I keep my cursor on this form control, see how many items are highlighted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 I can see there is more. So form control I cannot use, which is class. So what else can I use?
Name.
Okay, so let's see the name. So name, it's only one. How will I know? I can do a quick Control C and Control F, and I'll do Control V. With this, I found like, okay, there's only one name called my name, and this is the field. So I can use my name. But now give me the command of what I should be passing in my driver.find element by. Okay, so what will it be here? Driver.find element by dot. What should I write here?
By name.
Okay, perfect. So I'll do by name, and value will be
My dash password.
okay. Perfect, very good. So this is what I have written. Driver.find my element. And then with the help of send keys, I can send value. Okay. Very good. Awesome. Was anyone saying anything?
No, I think it was just background noise from me, maybe.
Oh, okay, perfect. Driver.find element. This is fine. Okay, so the next field which we are trying to read or like write is text area. So here, what am I sending? I'm sending Kumar. So in the password, I'll say KUMAR. Now I have to do the text area. So text area is here. What can I use in text area? Any guesses? How can I find text area? Give me some other option other than using name.
Can you use XPath?
Okay, very good. Now let's try to use XPath and find it. So I've clicked on Control F. Okay. XPath always starts with double star, which I've done already. Now tell me what to write here.
Text area.
Text area, perfect. This is text area.
And yes, we can use or maybe we can use the label.
Okay. Let's try with the label. LABEL label.
Text.
Okay. Text equals
Text area. Yeah.
text area space. Maybe this one has, oh, this one has more spaces, so we might have to add more spaces. It does not work. Label text area. So you know what? When text area like this does not work, you can just use like contains
Okay.
text, and then equals this. It sometimes works. It will look for this text area thing, and then oops. So see, it found the text area. Perfect. Very good. I've done this part, but now
Single.
this is still not selecting here. This one is still a very big box. You have to make sure that you're here. So
Yeah.
what
So the single slash following.
following?
Yeah. Following siblings.
Why you do I have to do following sibling? Following sibling is for from this label to this label. But
Oh.
yeah, but this is like inside this. So this is the child. As in like from going from one folder into the subfolder. Sibling is like from getting out of one folder and going to the next folder. it's like that. But this is like just going to the inside. So just if I write text area, it should work. You see?
Okay.
Okay. So very good. I like that you're understanding the concept. If you understand this part, like how to find the XPath, half of your life in Selenium will become like super easy. Okay, so now I'll go back to the code. I found it by text area, but since you have done so much hard work, I will change it to whatever we found right now. Okay, and then I'll send XPath located by okay, and then now the fun part starts. So we have done all these three parts. Now we will try to find now we have to find if this field is disabled or not. Okay, so inspect. I'll come to this one. I've already told you what is the difference between all these fields. So here in this field, you can see, wow. Okay. Here in this field, you can see that it has everything, all the attributes like class, type, name, placeholder, but it has like attribute called disabled. So we have to focus on this disabled attribute, right? To make sure that this input is disabled or not. So how do we do that? So we'll see that now. This we will see later, where I'm trying to send some values to this this field and it will not take it. So there is something called isEnabled function, which goes to this part. I mean, like there's nothing called isDisabled. So, but there's a function called isEnabled. IsEnabled, what it will do is like it will go and check if there is something called enabled here. Like if it was not disabled, you see disabled written here. If this was not disabled, it would be enabled. I mean, like we will not see it. So if they write enabled here, that means like the input is of type enabled, but or like has any has an attribute of enabled. But when they specifically mention it disabled, that means like this is disabled. So all these are enabled. This one is enabled. This one is enabled. This one is enabled. But this is disabled, and they have explicitly mentioned it as disabled. So if you try to do is enabled, the output of this part will be like false. But if you do the same thing is enabled in other inputs, it will be true. So in this case, that will be false, and hence, if you want to know if this disabled, you have to make sure that it's false. Is enabled is false. That way you will know that it's disabled. Okay, we'll see that. So what I'm doing, I'm trying to find this element and then I'm checking is enabled. So this will, if it is enabled, if the output of this is true, that means if it is enabled, that means the field is good and I can send values to it. But if it is not enabled, the field is not good and I cannot send values to it. So that is the concept behind it. Second one is the final one, which is read only, and it has attribute called read only. So now we will see how to see that. No, it has attribute something else, but this is something. Now let's see. Here's my code. The next is read only. Go to inspect. Okay, it's here. So it has an attribute called read only. That means whatever you have it here, you can copy it. You can get it from here into your page or like into your driver. So I will first locate this element So I located this element, and by get attribute, what this get attribute will do is like it will go and it will get this attribute called read only. And so get attribute gets the value of given attribute of element, will return the current value even if that has been modified after the page has been reloaded. Okay, so it will give the value, and then I'm checking if it is true, then send keys. But it will not be true because this is read only. Okay, let me display this string and see what it gets. I'll read this attribute and display what it has to say. This one I can mask it for now, not required. Okay, and let's run the code. So what I'm trying to do is like I'm trying to open the driver, going to the link, finding the text box first, entering Shrikant, finding the password, entering the password button, trying to find the text area, enter the text area, and then trying to find a disabled element, and let's display. Let's display that element is disabled, right? So now this is good. And then finally, I'm trying to read attribute and then display the attribute. Okay, so now let me run the code and see if it works. It found the page. It wrote Shrikant Kumar, it wrote whatever I had it to write in text area. And then for these two, we have to see. Okay, so the element is disabled. See, it tried to find if it's enabled or not. Like as soon as it's found that it's not enabled, it didn't go to this part, whereas it didn't try to send any values to this, and it printed that element is disabled. And the next one is trying to read, trying to see if it has an attribute, and the attribute value is true. So instead of string, I can make it as Boolean. Let's see if it works. No, it's going to send you a true or false value, but it has to be stored in string. It will check if there's a read-only value or not. If it is there, then it will send you as true as in value, but you have to store that in a string, and then you can compare it. So hence I've used this.
No, actually, Shri, actually, the value for this attribute read only is either true or false.
Yeah, with
So the get attribute usually sends the value of the attribute, but the value of this read only attribute is either true or false. That's why it is sending true or false.
but yes, and still it has to be stored in string. You can't
String, yeah.
store it in Boolean. Yeah, that's the only difference it has. Get text, get attribute. Okay, get attribute. You're trying to get the read only attribute. If it is present, then it will show true, or else it will show false.
No. Get attribute will get the value of the attribute. The read only attribute's value is true or false. Suppose if it is 0 or 1, then it will return 0 or 1.
Okay, so this
It depends upon the attribute.
attribute itself.
Some
so like,
attributes value is different, numbers, alphabets, or something like that.
okay, it will go and give the value of this particular.
Yeah, it goes to the attribute and see the value of the attribute.
Okay, we see only read only, but
Yeah,
it
but
says
there is some value. Yeah,
correct, correct. So it sees that value. So if it
yeah,
is if this is present here, it will say 1.
yeah.
This is
If you want, you can try the name attribute. You can give the get attribute with the name, then it will give the output as my read only.
correct, correct, correct. Yeah, yeah, that's true. I think I've missed.
No, since it is giving the value true or false, yeah, it is confusing.
Correct. Yeah. So this one
Yeah,
will give you true or false, but this one
yeah,
will give you the value, complete value
value.
that
Yeah,
attribute is.
yeah,
Here it will give you true or false. That's correct.
yeah, because the value for that attribute is true or false.
Correct. Okay. So then this is one of the component which you need to know. And yes, so then this is true or false. You can use it with in your if statement if you want to perform any operations with that. So now I'll try to run this and we will
Yeah.
be covering with all. So right now is so read only is covered, is enabled is covered. Okay. Different text values, input values are covered. Okay, which is good. Now we'll move ahead with other element locators. What happened to this? Oh, some error. Don't be scared when you get these errors because these are like most commonly seen errors. Okay. So it has found these 5 elements, it has provided its inputs, and we see element is disabled, read only attribute value is true. So it has done all its work. So I'll give this code, run it in your system. And we will move to the next one. Oh, I wanted to show this one also. So since it's a disabled element and if you try to send some value to it, you will see exception. That element is not interactable. So let me run this code again to just show that error. It took some time to load, I guess. And hence we need implicitly wait. So let's try to add an implicitly wait here. And make our life better. What happened? Driver.manage.time. I think I triggered Chrome browser too many times today. Wow, this is moving all the time. Okay, let's do this. It looks like my Chrome browser got stuck and I had to close it completely. Uh-oh. Let me try again. I hope it should work. Yeah, it's working now. So it did all the work. Okay, but there should be an error, which is fine. See, if you try to send some or pass some value to a disabled field, it will tell you that element not interactable, which means like you cannot send values to it. Perfect. Control S. Now I'll give you this code. So this is before method. Sorry, this is the test and this is before method. Try to run this code and then we'll move to the next elements. It's time for break also. Let's see if I can get back to the previous pages. This is my that. And then so to show priority web elements. You have to finish all these topics today. Oh, clear. Let me show clear also. we have seen it's enabled is displayed. Oh, what is this displayed? Let's see, is displayed? Okay. Send key is done. Let me show clear also. So after writing this, clear will kind of clear whatever is written inside a field. So this is one of the example. I'm writing Shrikant into the username, and at the end, I'm clearing it. So see, it wrote Shrikant and then it cleared it from here. Now it's displayed. Let's see if it's displayed is there. Inspect. It's not an attribute. We will see this later. Enabled we have seen. Okay. Now the next type of field is dropdown, combo or list box. Then radio button, then links, then alerts, switches, browser, web table, drag and drop. Oh, there are a lot of things pending. Let's work on radio. Or should we do okay. We'll go through this radio buttons and checkbox before lunch, and then we'll take lunch break, because after that we have still a lot of pending. This last topic before lunch. So I think I already have code for it, so shouldn't take long time. Okay, where did I browser controls? Frames, links, slider, skills. Okay. Driver. Okay, so for radio buttons and checkboxes, we will be going through this URL. Okay. Okay, so we have two radio buttons here. One is like to select the gender, male, female, and then we have these checkboxes. The difference between radio buttons and checkboxes, we all know that radio buttons, you can just select one of the radio buttons, but checkboxes, you can select like multiple checkboxes. So now we will first see how to handle radio buttons, and then we'll see how to handle checkboxes. Okay. So let's start with radio buttons. So let's start off the page, radio buttons, nothing was selected. I'll do an inspect. Go to the button. So this is like input. Input as in like you can do some operations to it. So this is like input tag. You have to make sure that you select the input tag, right? And similarly for the next also there would be an input tag. So you have to make sure which one to select, the input tags, which input tag to select, right? And then when you click, it will just select that one. Okay. So first thing is to find the input tag for the radio buttons which you want to click. The second thing would be to this radio button. This is radio button. Okay. Copy. Oh. Radio. Okay. So once you find the driver element, which is like your input tag, for selecting this input, this is done. Register. Yeah, so now after you found the input tag, now you have to you have to find the XPath. I found the XPath like earlier while I was practicing, so it's present here. So XPath is like label, text, mail, and then go to the input. So after finding the exact web element, I have to check if that is selected or not. So is selected is a function which will tell me. So after finding the web element, I can do web element dot is selected. So this will tell me if it is selected or not. So if it is selected, then I don't have to like click. If I click again, then it will select. I mean, it will try to select again. So I have this exclamatory mark, which means like if this dot selected. So output of if the button is selected, then this from here till here, this will be true, and not of true is equal to false. So if this is false, then it will not come here. Or if it is true, then it will go inside this. So like if the output of this expression is true, then it will go and click. If the output of this expression is false, then it will not click. So output of this without this exclamatory mark, it means like it will go to this gender selector web element, which is male. If it is selected, then this value will be true. But if it is not selected, this value will be false. False, negation of false is equal to true. You see, that's why this exclamatory mark is there to make it true. So if it is selected, um, then this will show as true, and the negation of true is false. That means like it will already be clicked. It does not have to go inside. So this is the functionality of that. So we are checking if the mail is selected. If it is selected, it will click. If it is not selected, oh sorry, if it is selected, it will just ignore. If it is not selected, it will click. Okay. And the same thing with the female radio button as well. So it will go and see if it is not selected, it will click. Good. So it will click on both the radio buttons and we will see them, how it will do that. Because so the first condition is like they are both not selected. So it will try to select first male and then it will try to select female. How to find the element? Again, it is like input type of a element. We have to locate for the input tag, find the XPath of the input tag, or like how to find this element and then work with that. So I found it. Now I will run the code. So see, it selected the male and now it selected female. Like it waited for 3 seconds and then it selected female. So this is like how to select between uh, radio buttons. I'll give the code. Please practice this one. Difference is not much. It's just that you need to know which input tag to choose, how to make sure they are selected or not, and then click. That's it. So these are like different web elements are present, and then how do you interact with them using your Selenium. So now you have done with this. The next one is going to be hobbies, which is checkboxes. So once you're done with this, let me know. I'll move ahead with checkboxes. Is it done? Perfect. Now let's see the next one, which is checkboxes. Checkbox, again, you have to look for the input tag for the checkbox which you want to select. We have ID here, so it makes our job easy to select. Then again, this checkbox ID 2, checkbox ID 3. So since it all has an ID, I can easily, select these checkboxes or like find, or I can easily find the XPath of these IDs. So I found them, and after finding them, I've created a web element for all of them. So web element checkbox, driver.find element, and then this. So before even selecting it, I have to always check if it is selected or not. So if it is selected, then I'll click on it and then select it. This way it will all be selected. So the same thing, same concept is followed by other two checkboxes also. So I'll save it. There's an error where enable. Okay. Now I'll run this code. I'm trying to click on all the checkboxes now. So it's going to select all the three checkboxes. So I found all the three checkboxes, checked if it's selected or not. And if it is not selected, it will select it. So let's see if it works. See, it was not selected and it selected all the three. Okay, so this is easy way. The next will be, even if it is selected, now I want to unselect it. So how to do that? So this is, the rest of the code is for that. So I'm first checking if it's selected. So if it is selected, then I want to click it. So once I click it, so I have to just do the web element dot click. So this will go ahead and click on this checkbox. Oh yeah, so you have to always make sure. So this checkbox first dot click. So this is the function, or like this is the place where it goes, and so here it found the element. After finding the element here, it will go and click it. So if it is not selected, it will go and select it. Similarly, in this part, if it is selected, then it will go and unselect it. I'll write the comment saying unselect the checkbox. Okay. So all the below will go and uncheck it. So let me remove one of them so that we see the difference. So it's going to just uncheck first and the last one. Okay, so I'll run this code now. Now let's see if it works. So it will first select all the three checkboxes. It's selected. Now it will unselect the first one and the last one. It did unselect the first one, last one. So now you know how to handle radio buttons. Now you all know how to handle checkboxes. Okay. So I'll give this code. Please run this. Click. We know is displayed is enabled. A checkbox presence on web page is displayed. What to check is selected. We have seen is selected. Now links we will see in, we'll see links after the break. Let's take 30 minutes break and then we'll meet again. Let's meet at 2:30. We still have to cover a lot of things for today. Wow, there is still a lot of things. If I spend 30 minutes every topic, then I'll be able to finish it.
Sure.
Yeah.
I had a question concerning the co-op. I'm not sure if you know anything about it.
What is the question?
I haven't gotten any email yet concerning it.
Okay. The email which Tommy got?
I think it was a day the last time.
Oh, Adi. Okay. I'll ask him what email he got, and then I'll ask VG as well. So today I'll drop an email to everyone saying if there's some communication which is not being done with you, then they will do it. Okay.
Okay, no worries. Sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Welcome. Okay, let's take a small break, and then not small break. Let's take a lunch break, and then we'll be back. It's 2 right now. Let's meet at 2:30. Then we'll have 1.5 hours. We have a lot of topics to cover. Let's hope to finish this today so that we'll be back to the schedule, or else we are running a little bit late. Okay, see you all at 2:30, okay?
Okay.
Okay, perfect. So we have seen which screen is showing. Okay, perfect. We enter the waiting room magnet. Okay, perfect. So we have seen. Why is this so zoomed in? Okay, so we have seen text box, we have seen radio buttons, we have seen checkbox. Yeah, before we go ahead, there's two things called is displayed and is enabled. So there's some difference between these. There's a very small difference between these two, which is for is displayed. Wherever you mention is displayed, it checks if the element is displayed, is visible or not. Okay, and is enabled, it will check if element is enabled for interaction. So we saw one display only, or like in one screen we saw that it's just for display. So hence that field was not enabled, right? So is enabled will be false for that. That means that you cannot interact with that web element. So simply is displayed is to see if the element is displayed or not. So I have written one small, like I have added one small 2 line of code in our previous code, which is like so we are trying to select the first checkbox. So we are trying to store this as a web element, the first checkbox, and then we are seeing if it is enabled and if it is displayed or not. Okay. And when I run this code, I will see the output as like is enabled, and it says the output as like true, which means this checkbox is enabled for us to interact, as in like you can check it and uncheck it, and is displayed, which is true, which means like it is visible in the screen also. So this is the difference between is displayed and is enabled. Okay. So I'll give this code, which you can write it in your previous code. It's just like addition of 2 extra lines of code. That's it. So you can just add these 2 extra lines of code in your previous code, it will work. And I'll be sharing these code anyways by the end of the class. So if you have missed something, no worries. We'll now move on to the next element, which is like very interesting. And it is drop down or combo. happened to this page? Reset. Okay. I think it's visible, no? Okay. So next is drop down combo or list box. All these are like similar types. So we will see how to handle that. So element is this, and this is the drop down. Like you can select drop down values. So this is one type of drop down values, correct? And then these are like another type where you can select multiple from the list. Country is not working for this. India. Okay, maybe this checkbox is not working for them. But however, oh sorry, this drop down is not working. However, all these are working. So we can go ahead and try to automate these boxes. So one is language, one is skills, and one is the select country. We'll see how to automate these ones. So let's try to get some facts about these drop downs. So I'll try to select one of the drop down element. And you see, I tried to select the skills, okay? And in the skills, I see a select type of a tag. So for all drop downs, you have to make sure that you find the select part. So this is of select type. And then we will see of what kind this one is. This one is multi-select type. See, it says multi-select, but again, you cannot multi-select. So you have to, there's a different way to interact with multi-select types. So one is just select. So if you see a drop-down which has select as an input tag, then it is very easy for you because this will have a lot of inbuilt functionality of Selenium to handle this. So now let's see how to handle. So first we'll focus on skills and then we'll see how to handle these languages where you can select multiple options. Okay. Languages is doing skills first. So let me take skills. Let's select this one. Perfect. Enable equals to false. Okay, I'll add a new method to handle this. And I'll call it drop down. Web page will still remain the same. So I don't have to change this part. And as I said, for select or for skills, you might have to find the element of the select. So easy way to identify this is it has ID. This select has an ID, so I'll choose this ID to locate this element. I've already done it, so I'll not do it again. I'll just use that. Okay. So here it is, the web element, drop down skills, driver.find elements. So I'm trying to find this select with ID set skills. Okay, so this is how I found the web element. And then there's an inbuilt class called select. Okay, so this has inbuilt methods, which makes it easy for us to interact, or like it has like some methods called select by visible text, select by value, select by index. So all these are like the inbuilt methods which we will be using. Okay, so first we have to do is like create an object of this select class and pass your select web element. So the web element which you have selected, make sure that the element which you chose is should be of select type. So if I come back to this one, see, this is of select type. This is drop down, and I didn't look for option or anything. I looked for select tag. After I found the select tag, I identified this web element. So identifying this web element means that I can trace to all the options in it with the help of this select tag. So found the select tag, and also for this to use this select class, which is already a inbuilt of Selenium, I had to pass this select web element. So I've created a object of this select class and by passing the web element which we found. Okay. So this way, now it will make it very easy for us to handle or like select things between in this drop down. So now with the help of the select class or like select object, which is select drop down skills, which we just created, I can select by visible text. So how will I know what is my visible text? I will go here. I will click on drop down. So all these are my visible text. Okay. So if I want to select something, I'll go here and I'll see these options. So all these options are nothing but, so select is the main thing, but all these options are nothing but the options which you see here. Okay. So now this option has a value. So you see value as Adobe InDesign. So all these option has value. All these option has text. So I told you anything which is between your open tag and close tag is called text. So this is all. So all the texts are present here. As you can see, APIs are designed. So whatever you see in between these tags is what you see here in this place. Okay. So these are called text. These are called values. Okay. And then index. There's something called index, which is like index is 0 first option. Index is 1 for second option, 2 for third option, 3 for fourth option, 5 for fifth option, 6 for sixth. So similarly like this. So like it starts with 0 and it goes down. So all these are like the index. So there are 3 ways to identify a value or like to select a drop down value. The first one is you can use this text, visible text. The second one is you can use the value. Third one is you can use the index, which it starts from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, something like that. It keeps going. Okay. So now we will be seeing how to select these values, how to use this different types of selector. One is text, one is values, and the other one is index. Okay. So coming back to the first one, which is visible text. So what I want to do is like, I want to go and select by visible text. I want to select Android from this skills. Okay, so Android is here. So I want to select this. So so for selecting Android, I'll come here. I'll see what is the visible text. It's called Android. So I'll copy this text here, and then I'll go to this place, and then I'll say select drop-down skills dot select by visible text is the method which is of this object of the select object. So I'll do this and then I'll pass the value Android. So what this line will do is it will tell, okay, go to this drop down element which is found and then select this Android option. Okay, and then it will select this Android option and it will show that Android option. Similarly, if I want to change this option from Android to AutoCAD, I can change this also. So I have to again write select dropdown skills dot select by visible text AutoCAD. So select by visible text is to make sure that you select this values here, all the text values. So it's called visible text. So what we see here in the dropdown. Okay. The second option is select by value. So if you want to select a dropdown by its value, if you don't want to use this text button, like text, not button, so text, what is written here, you can use the value. So value is this part. So value equals to API. So you can use this value also. Okay. In this case, it's very same or like I can say equal. So all are both are same, but in many cases this will be like different. So this value will be different than this value. So you can use select by value. So first one was select by visible text and then give the text. Second one is second by value, select by value and then give the value. The third one is select by index. Index is like numbering. So index will work on options. Options are these. So all these options, it will be like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All these are options. And this is how like a select will be, or like a drop down will be programmed by a developer in front end. So this is single select. Okay. So now I have written this program to go open this page, select this visible text, select Android, then select AutoCAD, then select API, then select Art Design, then select whatever is in index 0, and then select whatever is in index 5. So we will see all this select work by running the code. I've executed the code. So it came here. You keep your eyes here on the skill button. See, first was Android. Second is AutoCAD. Third is API. Fourth is Art Design. Fifth is select skill again, and then API. So why select skill? Because this is at index 0 position. And then index 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And at the fifth position is API. So it went back to API. So whatever I have mentioned here, it slowly went and selected those options. So this is one way to, select from dropdown. Okay. There's something called deselect also, but in our case, deselect will not work because the way or the element which we have chosen. So deselect is like if there is something which is selected by a visible text, then deselect will not select it and it will select something else. But this is not working for our case. So deselect will kind of unselect the drop-down value. So I'll give this code before we execute something else. Please execute this code. This is your test. And this is your before class. So this was single select. Now we will discuss about multi select. So the next concept is drop down handles. Okay. Multi select handles. Okay. So next option is multi select. So what if you don't, there are some times when you have drop downs, but then these drop downs don't have select in it. So select, if the select tag is not present, you cannot use all these select features of what we have seen here, select drop down. I mean, like you can't use this select library and all these select select by visible text, by values, by index methods. Okay. So in those cases, when you cannot find a select, what you will do, how would you work with those or like work in those scenarios, right? So in those scenarios, you will find the main tag, which is uh, in my case, in our case, it's this one. So this is the main tag, and all the values, like all the selectors within this, will be present inside it. So what I'll do is I'll try to find this multi-select tag first. And I can see there's a div class which has this MSDD ID. So this will be unique because it's an ID, right? So I'll try to find this element and then go and choose this multi-select element, and this will be my web element where I'll perform operations. So here I've done that. I first found the web element drop-down languages by going through div ID, then went to their parent, multi-select, and then that way my one part is done, which is like I have selected the web element of this language. So I have selected this part, this language. Now what I want to do, I want to click here first. So to click it, I'll use the second function, which is dot click. So I'll take this web element and then I'll say dot click. Okay, so now my two things are done. So I have clicked it here. Now my next operation would be to find the elements which I want to choose, right? So to find an element, I'll find the element, I'll do an inspect on it. So it took me to this place, right? So it took me to this place where it says it's of A type and then it has like Croatian. So now I need to find the X path of this. So to find the next path of this, I'll just do, um, I'll just do, I'll take the web element instead of driver. So here you see you took the first multi-select web element and you'll do find element by XPath, and then you will provide the option which you want to choose. So I'm trying to locate a text with the name Danish, English, German, whatever I feel like passing. So all those will be selected or into a web element called Danish select, or like English select or German select. And then with the help of this click option, it's going to click it. So it will click all these options. So now let's see how it will do, or like how it will run in real-time basis, right? So I have created this class where it will first select the multi-select option and then it will click on all of these options. So I'll run it. Please notice this one. So you see, it has already selected Danish, English, and German. So this is the code for it. Please execute the second code also. This is all for dropdown. So you have seen like multi-select dropdowns plus single select dropdowns. And if you have anything which is in select, you can use all the library functions of select by value, by index, and by visible text. If you don't have it, then you might have to perform it in this way. This is the next option which you have. There's one more example which I had, which is okay. Now the next options which we have is, what if you want to find out the number of elements which is present inside this dropdown. Okay, so for that we'll take this country. Oh, sorry, this select country. So what if I want to find the number of elements present inside this dropdowns? So I want to first find out the count. After finding out the count, I want to display all these values. So that's my second thing. And third thing would be to select something. Okay, so these are the features which I want. I want to know all the drop down values it has. The second is I want to know what drop down values it has. And the third one is I want to select Bangladesh or anything. So now what I will do for that. So again, I'll go do an inspect, find what type of element this is. So once I clicked on this, I see it to be a span. I have to go up. Okay. So when I keep going up, I found there's something called select. And this select is for country. Right? So you see it shows that this select is for this part. So what I'll do is I'll create a web element of this select first. Let me do that. Let me create a web element for this. Select. Let me copy this code. Okay. So first I'll do a drop down on country, find the XPath, and it was easy because it had an ID. Select has an ID, so I'll select this part easily. No difficulty. I have ID as country, and then I can easily select this option. Now I'll create a select class, which I told you, which is required for any drop down thingy. So I'll create a select class and then pass this web element of select type into this, and it's done. So these two will do half of our work. Once you found the select element, web element, and then second is to pass the select web element to the select type of a library, which helps in doing operations with drop down values, right? So the next would be to first is to find the number of elements this drop down has. So like number of countries this drop down has, right? So to find the count, we have an option or like there's an inbuilt method called get options and dot size, like get options dot size. So this thing will get you the number of records or like number of drop down values it has. So get options dot size. So this one. So always remember this. And since it's a size, it's an integer value. So it will be present in, it should be stored in an integer variable. So you have to go get the select object and tell get options and dot size. So it will find number of elements in the list, and then you can print it. I have printed it count cell -1 because you see when I keep my hand like cursor here, there's an empty slot. There's an empty slot, and your browser has one space allocated to even this empty slot. So make sure like while counting if you see that your count is one greater than what we see here, then you can find that there's one empty spot which does not have any value. So you have to subtract this from all the count which you got. So my count says if my count says 15, then I'll do 15 -1, so that many countries I'll have. So I'll have 14 countries here. Next one is what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to create a list of web element, and because now I want to I want to display all these elements, right? I want to display Bangladesh, Denmark, Hong Kong. I want to see what are the elements or what are the options I have. First is that. So what I'll do is like all these are web elements, to be honest. Like if I do a right click, country, if I do a right click and do an inspect, sorry. Okay, if I do a span, or where did the select go? If I do this, see after doing, after clicking on this expand button, I can see the options, then I can see the values, I can see all these things. So all these options are nothing but tag, and all these tags are nothing but web element, right? So all these options are like web element. So if you want to iterate through each and every element of this dropdown, you have to first create an element, web element of all these options. So let me do that quickly. So to do that, we have to make a list of web element type. So you can see that there's a list and it's of web element type, and you're selecting an option. This is your object name. You can give anything. And then you're telling, okay, choose the web element from here, or like select element from here, and then do a get options. So what it will do is like it will go to this select uh, select tag, and then it will collect all the options. It will select all these options, and then it will store it into this web elements of type list, and it has selected options. So now all your options which you see in the selected is is present inside the selected options. Now what you have to do is like now you can just print it. If you print it, it will show. But again, if you print selected options, it will show you this element, this complete element, options, South Africa, Africa, and like all these values. But you don't want to see all these values. You want to see the text which it has. So what you will do, you will say that, okay, from this web element, choose one element, and then I'll iterate through all elements. And after you get it, you'll do add, and you're creating something called selected option text, is one more string which you're creating, where you will store all these values of all these country values. So like New Zealand, so all these values which it's fetching from here, you have to save it somewhere, right? So I've created a list of string, and I'll save all these values there. So what I'll do, I'll go to web element, take each and every options, and then try to get the text of it. And after I get it, I'll do an add. So this is like list property collections with what we have studied. So if you create a list, if you want to add a value to it, you have to just do list dot add, and then this is your function of getting the text of that option. So you have this web element dot option will give you web element dot get text will give the value of this get text here. So South Africa, New Zealand. So all these values will be fetched, and it will be displayed. So this is one way of getting getting the number of elements we have and all the element values. And finally, if you want to select one of these values, you can just select by visible text, go to whatever the text you want, and it will select it for you. You can also use select by value or select by index to select, but let's not confuse ourselves here. Okay, so this is one more way to handle dropdowns. I'll run this code to show you the options. It's checking and then displaying. So you came to this page, it has done its operation, and we have to wait for it to select a country. That's an insufficient. I've opened too many Chromes. Close some. Let's run it again. Okay, it has selected Bangladesh. Okay. And then if I go to my code, I can see number of elements present are 10. And then the number of whatever the options we have is present here. So Australia, Bangladesh, Denmark. And then it has selected both. Okay. So this is easy. And then I can say disabled, enabled equals to false. So we have seen how to get number of dropdown elements we have, and how to, so this is the code, and number of dropdown we have, and plus how to find all the dropdown list values, and then finally select a value. So these are like all dropdown related things. So select is main class, which we have to make sure that we remember. So anytime a dropdown comes into play, first thing is to check if there's a select kind of a tag, which has all the inputs or all the options under it. And with the help of these two tags, we can easily select value, get the values, and even deselect a value if it allows. So deselect a value is also one of the deselect by index, deselect by value, deselect by visible text. So when you deselect it, it will just remove it from the option and it will take you to the default option, or make it like blank, anything. So we have seen get option size, select by index, value, visible text, deselect by index, value, and by visible text. We have not seen an example for this, but this will just unselect it. Just practice the code which I've sent, and then we'll move to the new topic, which is links. I have very less time and hence I'm hurrying up. You can refer back to videos plus the code which I'll share to practice to work with different types of elements. Okay. Okay. So next is links. There is one very important even interview topic, which is on links. So first is like the interviewer might ask you on how can you find the total number of links you have in a web page. The second is how will you capture all the links on the page. The third one would be, can you check if all the links are working, or like can you check number of links are working and number of links are broken? So that will be one of the questions. And find like if there's a broken link on the page, find the broken link on the page. Okay. So how will so all these are like link operations which you should know, and we will see this in detail now. We have link operations here. Okay, this is small code, so I'm not creating a new thing. Okay, so what if I want to find all the links in a page, right? What website am I using? Okay, demo guru. So let me take this option. Okay, let me open this. Okay, so this page has like so many links: sign on, register, support, contact, home, flight, and so many. So if I want to find all the links present, and all these are also links, right? All these are links. All these are links. Like wherever your mouse pointer changes to like this button, it's all links. All these are links, right? So now I want to find these links. So what I'll do is like I'll go inspect, and I'll just simply do double slash and then do an A. Sorry, not here. In my selector, so control F. So I'll do double slash and then A. So with the help of this A, it will try to give me all the links which it is finding in this web page. Okay. So this is an easiest way to find the links. In your web page, and I'll go here. So okay, let me introduce you with a new concept this time. So if we try to find one single element, we use find element. But now you see here, we are using find elements. So whenever you try to search something and it has more than one count, so here you see 1 of 74, that means there are 74 elements of tag A, right? So this by itself converts into like plural format, and hence I'm doing driver.find elements. The S is like plural form. What I'm doing, I'm saying by tag name A. Okay, so it will find all the tags or the links uh, in this page, and then it will find the size. So what it will do is like, so here you did a driver.find elements by tag A. So it found the number of elements. So like similarly to what we did here, it will do something very similar to this. Okay, and we found 74. It might find more or less, and then it will find tags by A, and then it will find the number of links present. This will give the size of elements, right? And then that will by that I will know the number of links present in this page. Okay, the second is to store all these elements. So since it's elements like plural form, you might have to consider list into the place, because list is then required, because now you don't have single element, you have number of elements. So you want to store it into a list of web element types. Like if it was a string type, I would have saved it as string, but it's all web element type. So I will store it as a web element, as in like this will be stored as one element. Then wherever is your next one. So this will be stored as one element. This will be stored as one element. So similarly, you will have all this stored into a list of elements. Okay, and I'm calling it as links. Perfect. Now, so I've already found the size of number of links present in the page. Now, what I want to do is like I want to know what are the values of these links. Values as in like, or whatever the links are. So I'm doing get attribute and href, as in I'm going to get this href value. So I'm going to get the actual link and display it. Okay, so with the help of this for loop, we can easily capture the link and display it here. Okay, so this is easy stuff. Now let's run this code. before test and link displayed, not displayed, not displayed. Okay. So I'll run this code and we'll see what happens. So first we are trying to find number of links present in the web page. The second we are trying to find what are the links and then display the real website. So let's see. It will not do anything here because there's nothing to do. It will all be in Selenium. So you see, there are all this. So total number of links present in this page is 61. Okay. And when you try to display the link, it is here. So it says http guru99.com. So this is one link. This is again one link. So this will be present at multiple location. And I have written, and I have this command where I'm saying, let me know if the link is displayed. So with the help of this, it will show me that it's displayed or not. So some links are displayed. So it will show is displayed and some links are not displayed. That means that you cannot find this link anywhere in the web page, but it's present in the DOM, the data object model, document object model, sorry. So here, so this flash testing.html was not present. So hence it says the link is present, but it's not displayed. So this is the list of all the links which are present and if this is displayed on the screen or not is also written here. So now we have taken care of two things, which is like find if there's a link, find how many number of links we have, display the value of all the links. And the third one would be to check if the link is being connected or not. So for this, the checking part, we can, we will take the link and then we will send it to a method which I wrote here. And this method is going to make sure that what it will do is like it will create an HTTP connection and then it will try to connect with the URL which you are giving. If the connection goes through, if it will check to get, it will try to get the response code of the connection. If it is 200, it will say that, okay, the connection was successful. If it is not 200, then it will say HTTP not found. Okay. Or like maybe link is broken. Like if there's some other error message, then it will say the link is broken. So things like that. So we will try to send our code to this one. So this is one HTTP URL connection library which we are using for our code, which helps in opening, like it will help in checking if the link is accessible or not. Okay, so let's see this HTTP URL connection method and how it works. So I'm taking my URLs here and then passing it to this place. So it will come to this code. It will save this URL into a URL type of object. And then in your HTTP URL connection, so this is like a feature of Java, so you can use this. And then here you will say link URL, which is your link dot open connection. Once you do an open connection, you will set connection timeout. This is required to make sure that it does not keep checking or waiting for this to respond. So you have to give a timeout. If a web page is not found within 3 seconds, then you can time out and throw an error. The third option is to connect with the website. So HTTP URL connection dot connect. This is going to connect you with the, or like this will take your link and connect it to the browser. So there's an explanation to this also. Let me find the explanation. Hold on. Open connection method of URL object linked URL is called establishing a connection. So this point here establishes the connection. to the resources specified in URL. So whatever is your URL, your driver will, or like your Selenium will be connected, or your even Java will be connected to that URL. Okay. And since linked URL points to HTTP URL, the open connection method returns an instead of HTTP URL connection, which is then casted to everyone. Connection socket timeout. Yeah, so this one is socket timeout. So if it is not found within this line, connection, it initial connection between successful subsequent operation reading from it. Yeah, so this one connects it, and then after that you can use this connection and get the response code. So if the response code is 200, that means like everything is fine. And then it will get the response message here. And if this is not 200, then it will try to find the response message otherwise. And since it's all in try and catch block, so if there's a timeout, it will come here and it will say the link is broken, as in like you cannot go to this link and you cannot get any output from this. So all this, like, this is one extra code which you have to make sure that you know in order for you to validate if a link works or not. So now I have the entire program where my first part is to find the number of links and then the links and then send the links to a method where the method connects the link and tries to check the response code. If the response code is 200, it will say, okay, successfully found the link. If it is not, then it will say not found the link. And if it is timeout, then it will say the link is broken. So now we'll run this code and see if it works. They have executed the code. So see, it's working. So it checked all the links which it found. So it found 61 link and it's saying that link is working fine. So wherever you see HTTP and then OK, means the link is working okay. But some places you will see it's not fine. So okay. So see here it says moved permanently 404. That means like this website could not be accessed. And the error which we got is moved permanently 404. There will be one more error called link is broken. So this website, it says the link is broken because this could not be reached. So like within 3 seconds, this was not loaded and hence we got error saying link is broken. Okay. So these are like different, and then there is for forbidden 404 error. So all these are like different errors, but with the help of this code, you can find number of links in your page, the value of links, and the final one is your link is broken or okay, or if there's some other error. Okay. And here we had to add an options into your Chrome. So there's something called Chrome options, which we will learn more about in the maybe next class. These are the options which you provide while working with your driver. And yeah, so while working with your driver, you can provide this option. So whatever options which you set up, your driver will work based on that. So for just this HTTP connections, you might need to use this options.add arguments and disable notifications. This is required, maybe kind of blocks these classes. So use this. I'll share this code now. You can run it in your window. So this is main class or like test, main test. This is before test. I'm sending before test because it has 2 extra lines in this one. Then after test and then the final method. So make sure you copy this code and then run it. And you will also see the different links and how it all works. Radio button is done. Second test. Okay, so this now we are moving towards next concept, which is alerts. So alerts, this website which will give us more information on this alerts. Okay. Okay, so I have these alerts here. This is a website where you can, I mean, they have made this for our testing purpose. So if I click on this button, right, I see this. This is an alert. This is of one type of alert which has like a message and it has like OK button. So what operations you can do here is like you can either read the message and accept the alert. Okay. So this is one type of alert. This is second, where you can either accept the alert or reject the alert. So it says press a button, but like imagine if you're working on something, sometimes it says like, accept like cookies you get, right? So cookies, it will say accept the cookie or decline the cookie. So you have 2 buttons. So accept it or decline it. So it's okay or cancel. So you can select or reject. Okay. So this is second type. And the third one is where it will ask you to enter something. So it will say print and please enter your name. So if I tell Shrikant, then I can press OK or I can press cancel. So this is like third type of an alert. So now there are 3 types of alerts. Now we will try to work with this alert through Java code and we'll see how to work with them. Well, we'll start with the first one, the classic. Oh, and there will be a new concept or like new class which is required here, which is alert. Like similarly to select was a class for dropdown. Alert is for all these alerts. So to handle these alerts, Selenium has its inbuilt class called alert. So what you have to do is first find the element and click to make sure that alert is triggered, right? Once your alert is triggered, you will do alert, or you will create an object of alert and you will say driver dot switch to alert. Okay, so this line will change. Where did I keep it? this line, this line of driver dot switch to alert, what this will do is it will take your driver from this window. So right now your driver was pointing at this window. It will take it from here and it will ask your driver to point here at this one. So that's why we need driver dot switch to. Switch to means like move from here to here. Okay. So driver dot switch to, and then it will say alert. So alert is required because it should know where it's switching to, right? So this one will tell it switch to the alert, what you have seen. Then get the text of the alert. If you want to get message of the alert, as in like what you're seeing here, you see this I am an alert box. So this is the text message. So you will always get some message. If you want that message to be taken from this alert, what you will do is you will just write this command saying alert dot get text. So you have alert object already created. You will say get text. With the help of this, you will get the text, as in like it will take this message and then it will save it in a string, whatever you want, wherever you want, and then you can display this message. So this is one. So you made your driver to go to alert. You told your driver, or like you told your driver to get the text and save the text somewhere. And now you see driver is here. In order to close this, you have to press OK, right? This OK. So that is done with the help of alert.accept. So when you say alert.accept, alert is again, I have created this alert object. You can have this any name. It's up to you. But I have created it because of ease. And then when I say alert.accept, that means it will accept this this alert thing which came up. Okay. So this is one way. This is one way to handle it. The second one is alert with the OK and cancel. So before even going to the second one, I'll run this first code where you will see that an alert will be generated and it will capture the text message and it will accept the alert. Okay. So I'll run this code. Let's see what happens. So it went to a website. It will click on this button, alert message is there, and it pressed on OK. Perfect. So this is what we wanted and it did the work. Now if I go to my thing, the alert message is I am an alert box, which is correct. So this was the alert message which it had to capture and it captured successfully. The second one is let's say enable the cost of false here, or else it will just keep running this one also. Let me okay. Now I'll run the second one where I know that there's an alert. Okay, these two are just nothing but it will go to the page, it will click here and then it will click here. So the first two commands are for that. I'm not explaining how to open these things. This is easy. You have to, this is nothing but just going and clicking on the element and then clicking on the confirm box. So once you click on confirm box, alert will come up, as in like once you click on this box, alert comes up. Since it's an alert, you will do a switch to alert, which is create an object of this alert class, then tell your driver to switch to the alert. And once it's switched, then you will tell alert to get the text. If you want to get this text, which is press a button, and then you can say alert.accept for OK, alert.dismiss for cancel. Okay, there are two things. Alert.accept for OK, alert.dismiss to cancel. Since we have seen alert.accept like here, you know that OK will be like triggered pretty successfully. We will try to do alert.dismiss at this point, okay? And see if it works. I'll run this code and see. So the alert was triggered and it says you pressed cancel. See here. And if I come back to this one, my alert message is press a button and my message is you pressed cancel. Okay. So I'm printing this message at the end on whatever is displaying. So I'm printing this message. So now we have discussed two types of alert. Now we'll see the final third one, where it has to send something to the alert message to the alert window, and then it will press OK or cancel anything. So let's see how that happens. So for that, this one will be enabled and false. And let me do the alert. Okay. Okay. So what I'm trying to do here is I'll do the same thing. So first, these two lines are to select this text box and then click on this button. Then there's an alert of which you have to create alert object, driver.switch to alert, and then you can get the text. Plus to send something to the alert, you have to do alert.send keys. Like to get the message, you do alert.get text. So similarly, you have to do alert.send keys to send some message into the thing, and then you can accept the alert or dismiss the alert. It's up to you. So I'll run this code now. We'll see what happens. So it opened the alert box. It will send Shrikant as the name, and then it pressed OK. So you see here it's written, hello Shrikant, how are you today? So if I go to this one again, I'll see the alert message says, please enter your name. I've added my name and then accepted it. So this is the code, and this is how you handle an alert. Now I'll send the code. Please copy this. So there are 3 tests in this one. And we will be running all these 3 tests. You can run it all one by one, like how I did, by commenting the enabled as false. So this is second class and third one. Final is my before and after class. This is my complete code for handling an alerts. I'll give 2 minutes. And then we have few more topics to finish. So this is done. Links is done, alert is done, iframes. Okay. Frames, then window handles, web table, and mouse action. So we have 4 more topics to finish. I'll explain the topic of frames now. Okay. So your like how I've explained before, like, all your this DOM is kind of divided into multiple sections of division, frames, and everything. So frame is something. Let's see, iframe. Okay, so frame is something which separates or which tells your driver. So you have this one page, and if it has a frame inside, if your driver is somewhere here, if it's pointing to somewhere outside this frame, then you cannot locate the items within this frame until you switch from outside of the frame to inside of this frame. Okay, so that is why the frame concept is like very important, where if there's a frame present in your browser, you have to make sure that you move from your frame, which is like outside frame, into the inside frame, do the operations, and then either get back out of the frame or move to the next frame or do whatever. But you have to get out of the frame to work with elements here. So if I want to work with all these elements, I can remain in this frame, outside frame. But if I want to select this field here, I have to first switch to this frame, do my operations here, and then I have to come back to the parent frame. So, okay, so this is how the frame works, or like iframe works. So if you see that, your driver, you see that it's an XPath, it's an ID, easily identifiable element, but your browser is not finding it, then you might have to go and find if it is present inside a frame which your driver is not aware of. And if it is there, then you have to switch to the frame, select all these values, do your operations, and then get back out of the frame. Okay, so we will see how to handle this with the help of Java code. So there are multiple frames, as in like this is single frame. And there could also be a scenario where your driver is here and you might have to go into one frame and then into another frame. So there are two frame hops, then perform your operations and then again come back to the parent frame. So there are like three. So this is like one more way of handling frames, or like this could also be one of the real-time scenario problem which we will face. So now let's see how to handle all these scenarios. So we'll start with easy stuff, which is enabled. Let me make it false. Then this one. This one. Okay. We'll start with the first one where I'm trying to switch to, okay. And also like you can switch from one frame to another with the help of options like index, with the options like name, or with the options like export, switch to default content. Let me check. We have, where did it go? Sure. So we can switch to a frame using the frame name or using the web element or by index or by default context. And there's something called parent also. So we have like 5 types by which you can switch from your main browser into an frame. Okay. So we will see some of this today. So I'm going to keep my cursor here. And if I do inspect, I'll see this. I'll try to go to my frame. Okay. So this is the frame. So wherever you see iframe, when I point at this iframe, it selects everything here, right? So you see, so this is my frame. So if I select this iframe, it selects the iframe. Okay. So this means like this frame is selected. And now how will I identify this frame? I can identify this frame with the help of ID. So this is the ID of the frame. This is the name of the frame. Okay, and then there is index also, like which index it belongs to. So first thing is, okay, before even going into the frame, let's take a step back and see why is the frame required. Okay, so I have this. Okay, so I have this element. I'm trying to find this element. Okay, if I do an XPath, so with the help of this XPath, okay, since it's the first one, we are in single frame, the first frame, you can see that the highlighted input text is present here. Okay, it is present here. So if we try to find this element and send something called Shrikant, it should work. Like if we open this website and try to find this driver.find element with the input text and then send Shrikant to it, it should work. But since it's inside frame, it will not work. And then we will see how to fix that part. So the problem of the frames is here. So frames opened up. You see the text is present here, but still you are having error saying unable to locate element. Okay, so this is the error, and this is why we need switch to frames. Okay, then there are two things. I can switch to frame by name or index. So let me first switch to frame by name. Oh, okay. So I can switch to frame with the help of name. So ID or name, anything. So for my first frame, I'll do an inspect. I'll see the button. I'll go here. I'll keep going up. I'll see frame here. So this one. So frame has ID and name, and both are same, to be honest. So in this one it's same, but in many cases it will be different. So what I'll do is I'll just copy the frame name, and then I'll try to find the element which we were trying to find before, and then I'll pass Shrikant to it. So this is a way to handle frame where you will tell your driver to switch. So your driver is initially at this page. Initially at this page, it will still be at this page, but it will switch from the base page into the frame called single frame. Okay, and then it will try to perform this operation. So let's see if that works. So my web page is open. See, it worked. It switched from this frame to this frame, and then it could find this element, and it passed Shrikant to it. Okay, so this is an easy way. So this is one way to identify a frame and then work with the frame. The second one is to identify the frame by index and then work with it. So I have found out that this frame is at index 1. And then we will try to go or switch to this frame with the help of index 1 instead of name this time. So I'll give the index, okay? And we'll see. So it will perform the same operation. It will find the frame with the index. It will switch to that frame, and then it will type Shrikant in it. So see, it performed the operation. It found the frame with the help of index and it switched to this frame. So these are like two options by which you can switch the frame from your base frame to the main frame and then perform operation. Okay. So you all also can like, comment it out and uncomment it and work on this. So this is one test. The second one is, I'll disable this. Okay, now what if I want to find all the frame and the index of each frame? So now that is also a good option. Let me see that one. Let's see that one, and then you will know why did I use one here and how did I even know that this is one here, right? So let's see that. I'll disable this one. So enabled equals to equals. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is like I'll go to the web page and then I'll try to find all the iframes and then display the index of those iframes. Okay, so now let's see how to do that. So first I'm going and trying to find the web elements of iframe, and then with for I equals to 0, I is less than frame of size, and then for each and every frame I'm going to get their index. So when I do get and then get of I, it will give me the frame of that location, and then this will give me the attribute, so ID. So let's run this and see what it will show. I don't care. I can come here. I can see that index of frame 0. So for each frame, it will try to get its attribute, which is ID attribute. Okay. And then, so at 0 index, there's something called AS Swift _4. For index 1, it is single frame. So single frame is the one which we were trying to switch to before, single frame, and then hence I wrote like frame 1, it moved to that frame. Then there can be some frames which does not have any ID attribute. For them, you will see here as blank, and some will have it. So there are totally 12 frames present in this web page, and index plus their ID attribute is present here. You can get any other attribute if you want, and then it will display that value. So this is second method of how to find the index and how to find the index of the frame and the value of the frame or like ID attribute or any attribute of the page. So this is second. Or the third one is here. What does this one do? Okay, so now you know how you have already, since you were in this page, you could select all these buttons, and to select this button and pass value, you went to this frame. However, now if you want to select any of these fields, you cannot select any of these fields because you are in this frame. So your reach is only till this box. So to get back outside, you have to again switch from your frame from outside into from inside into outside again. So how would you do that? So now you have to there's an easy way, which is driver.switch to default content. When you say default content, it will go back to the base page from where it started. So even if you have like your this thing, your driver switch frames into a nested frame. So your driver was here, it switched from one frame from the base frame to the main frame. So it is here, so one switch. Then if it comes to iframe demo, there'll be one more switch. So this is second switch. So in total, there was two switch. If you try to go back to default, it will go from here back to this place. So that is important. And default content means like it will go back to your driver, will go back to the defaults content, and it will not be in any iframes. And then I'm trying to click and get into a frame, find element, and then click on this. So I'm trying to click on this iframe element. So we have already discussed this. The second one is to click here and then move from this one to this one and then again this one. So let's see how it does. And even one more thing which we can do is, instead of disabling this, let's not disable this. So what it will do is it will run this F first, and then it will run this. So that way we will know that it's going into one class, into one frame. Sorry, this is, I think this is correct. Okay. Okay. So what I'm trying to do is, I'll run this first code where it's going to go to into a frame. It will write Shrikant into the option. Then it will do a driver dot switch to default content, as in like it will be here, it will write Shrikant, then it will come back outside, which is here. Okay, it will come here and then it will click on this frame, and then it will switch from this one to this one and then switch from this one to this one. So let's see how that happens. So the first sentence will take it back out to the main page. Then I'm trying to find that button, click it. Then I'm trying to switch to frame 2. So this frame 2, I found out that this frame 2, which does not have an ID, belongs to the frame here. So if I go up, so you see, this is the frame. It does not have any ID, right? And hence this one is blank, but I know that it is 2. And then what I'm doing here is, here I'm trying to find one more here. After finding this, I want this frame. This frame is present inside this frame, right? So I want to find this iframe heading. So to find this iframe, I have to first figure out where the frame is. And then travel. But again, since I've already found it while I was practicing, I'll copy this heading, go to this place, do a control F, do an ID. Okay. So this is the frame inside the frame, right? So this first my main frame, which is here, and the second frame is at this point. So I could easily reach to this frame with the help of this X path. And after reaching to this frame, which is like, I know the web element, I can do the switch to frame, and then I can do the frame identifier, which is my X path to identify the frame. So once I identify the frame, I switch to the frame, I can send values to that frame. Okay, so this is an easy program of how to work with different frames. I'll run the code. You will see that there'll be, so from the view of the screen, you don't see like how switch happens, but you will know that it works, like inside it is working. So this is the first frame, it went in, it wrote Shrikant, it went back to the frame, then clicked on the iframe here, it went back to default, it clicked on iframe, then it switched from this one to this one, then this one, and wrote this Shrikant 2 and completed the run. So again, so this is how you switch between the frames. Now, the difference between the parent frame and default content. So again, so if you switch from this frame to one frame above, it's called parent frame. But if you switch from this frame to extremely behind, like the main default frame, then it's called default content. So this is how you switch between parents and also like default frame. And I have written like this code to just make sure that you understand the difference between the default content and parent frame. So let me quickly execute it. So this one is totally dependent on F3, as in what it will do is like it will, I'll take this away. So now what I'm trying to do is like, first I'll show you the error, what I'm trying to do. What if I want to click on this button again? So I want to click on this button again. And I'm in this frame, I'm telling go to my parent frame. So to show you that when I say go to my parent frame, it will just come here. It will not go to this part. Okay, so to show you that part, or you have to do the parent frame twice. Like if you do parent frame twice, it will go from here to here and here to here, and that way it will work. Or you can do default content to directly jump from this frame to this outside frame. So now let's see how to do this. Close all the browser, or else my system will keep breaking. First I'll run one. So I'm shifting only one frame and then trying to find a single frame button, which we are sure that it's not going to work because I'm still in the center frame. It's in this, it will go to this one, it showed here, and most probably we will have the error by now. You see, there is like no such element and unable to locate the element. Why? Because it was in the central frame. Again, if you want to get back to the main frame, you have to enable this. If I run the code, it will work fine now. So this is all about iframes, on how to switch between frames, how to find the index, how to find the attributes of the frame, how to switch between the frames, how to go back from parent frame to default, to how to go back from current frame to default frame and parent frame. Something failed over. Okay, it already did all the work. So it went back to the main frame, it did whatever it had to do. Okay, so this is everything about the frames. I'll send the code. Please work on this also. Make sure you switch between this enabled equals to false based on your needs. And all these are important. You cannot skip any of these concepts because while working in Selenium, you will come across frames, dropdowns, all these methods, what we are learning today. All these are very extremely important, whatever we are learning today here. The next topic which we have is browser windows. Okay. This is a small topic, shouldn't take long because I've already given an hint of window handles today. So this should be a small code, yeah, comparatively smaller. Okay, perfect. So now the next code is on window handles. So we have two types of Windows handle, which is like if I click on this, I'll have a new tab. but there's one more which if I click on this, there's a new browser which got open, right? See, this is a new browser. So in these cases, how will my Windows handle this part? Like how will my driver know which right now which so at current your browser will always be pointing to, or your driver will always be pointing to the place wherever it clicked. So I clicked here, I have a new window, but my browser is still seeing this one. Okay, and it's doing or it's doing any operation, it's doing it here. So in order for you to perform operation in the new tab or new windows, you have to change the driver from this into the new one. Okay, so you have to switch it again. You have to switch. So anytime you're trying to do something with some other windows, you have to switch to Windows. So we will see how to handle that. The switch to. Okay, so first thing is we will see how to get the title. So first I will try to show that, you know, if we try to open I'll run this code without this or make it false. Equals to false. Okay, let me run this code quickly. I'll show you something here. The first one is I'm trying to open a new window. So which is when it clicks on this click button, it will open a new tab, and you see here what it means. Okay. So what happens, like first thing is I'll try to store the window handle. So what this window handle does is, so this is like a value here. So window handle will be like this kind of a value. So every browser will have a value which will look like this. So anytime your driver opens something, if you try to get the window handle, it will have this ID assigned to this browser. Okay, so think of it like an ID assigned to it. So when I do driver.get, like here, when I do driver.get, so my driver will open this new browser, and then there will be a handle or like an ID given to it, and this is the ID. Okay, so what I'll try to do is I'll store it into something called string variable called parent handle, and I'll save this, and I can get this ID with the help of a function called driver.get window handle. With the help of get window handle, I'll get the current driver's handle ID. So this is the handle ID, I would say, or like the browser ID. So after getting the browser ID, what I'll do is I'll try to find and click on this button. I'll try to find this button and click on this button. Then there'll be a new Selenium WebDriver, right? So just to show that, like, even after I clicked on this button, even though I see this in front of my eyes, my driver does not see this. My driver still sees this, okay? And if I do again driver.get window handle, you can see the value which it's being stored and being shown to us. Like, so this is new window handle, right? So what I'm trying to do is like trying to get the window handle before clicking on this button and after clicking on this button, to just make sure that, you know, it's not handling any other um, tab. It is still, the driver is still handling this one. Okay, so now I executed this code and found the parent handle and the new window handle is still the same. Why? Because like my driver was not switched. Okay, and I can try to get the title also, and the title also is the same. It says frame and windows. So if I get the title, it says frame and windows. It's not saying Selenium, correct? So the first code is just to show that, you know, it's still showing the, like, driver is always pointing to the first element until you switch. Now what I want to do is like I want to find, like, after I do a click here, I see that there are so many like there's one browser open or like one additional tab open. Now I want to find the ID of this one also. Right? If I want to find the ID, or even if I want to switch from this one to this one, I will have to first find the ID of this one. So how would I find that ID? So for that, I have this code where first I'm going to create a set. Set is for storing all unique string values. So it will not have like similar two frame IDs with the same name. So sorry, two handle ID with the same name. I'll store it in a set and I'll call it window handles. Okay. So when I do driver dot get window handles, so driver has opened all these browsers. So driver knows that whatever it has opened. So if you ask all the handle names, it will give you. So this is single, this is plural now. This is get window handles. So with the help of window handles, it will find all these driver elements and then it will save it into window handles. Okay. And it will be stored in string. Now, if you want to know the ID of each and every handles, what you have to do is you have to go to create a for loop and view them one by one. So I'll view them all. And set is a type where you cannot store duplicate values. So it will store only unique values. Okay. So now I'll run this code just to make sure that we have multiple windows open and their IDs. The first time when I executed something, it had like similar IDs, even though Selenium was open. But this time it will be different. You see, Selenium was open, and now we will see different IDs. So this was earlier, both the IDs were same, but now when we are doing Windows handle, you'll see there is like two different IDs. One is for frame and windows, and one is for Selenium. Okay. So that is the difference between window handle and window handles. So when you do get window handle, it will just give you the current driver which is pointing to, and window handles will give all the driver opened browser. So this is done. Now the second is how to switch from one window to next window, as in like how will I switch from frames to Selenium and then get the title of it. So what I want to do is like I want to switch from this window to this window and get the title of this window, which is like Selenium, and then display the title. So let's see how to do that. So I'll use the same code what I've written before to open multiple windows and get window handles. So this part is around the same. So I'll just uh, comment it out because this I wrote it twice. And let's see, I'll run the code now. Here you see driver dot switch to windows and then window handle. So what here it is doing is it will open and it will work. So here it's telling we are first getting all the window handles and it will open up and it close the first one. Second. Okay. I think there's a driver close and driver sleep also. Driver close. Okay, it's closing. This one is kind of closing the driver, so I'll comment it for now. Oh, okay. Anyways, for us, the code was WebStock error. Okay. Check it, doesn't matter. So I'm trying to, so what I did is first I got all the window. First I opened the browser, clicked on and opened multiple browser here, got the window handle values of single or the first parent handle. And then I told my browser to get all the window handles and printed out all the window handles. The third one is I'm trying to iterate through all the window handles. So this set, so this window handle, I'm trying to iterate through all. So I see that there are two, right? Two window handles. I'll go open the first one and then I'll switch to that one. So after that, so for that, I have to do driver dot switch to dot windows and then provide that window handle ID. So that way it will switch to that window or like the browser window. And here it will do get the title. So after it switched to that browser, it will get the title. So see, at earlier it was at this window, then it switched and got the Selenium. And after getting it, I can either close the window or keep it open. It's up to me. So I'll say that if it is not parent window, close the window. Close the window. So parent window is here. Parent handle. So parent handle is here. So if it is not the parent handle and I'm telling it to close the window. So let's see if it works. But again, the main point is this one, driver.switch to window handle. The second main point is to create a string to store all the window handles. So these two are like the main important point which you have to notice here. And the rest is just simple things on how to work with all these Windows handle. Okay. This time it's successful. Socket. So it found the two frames, but it's saying that there's some socket listener error. Connection reset. Okay, my Java is little crazy. Let me run it again. Okay. This time also it failed. Anyways, here it just finds like all the parent um, parent handle. It will display the title and it will switch. You can work with the with the browser which you want to perform more operations on and take it from there. So this is how you handle different browser windows or switch from main browser window to the next one. I'll copy this code, do practice. This we have done. Web table. I wanted to finish it today. But looks like it has to wait until the next day. There's so much still pending. Executor. JavaScript Executor interface. I think we'll finish one more topic. Let's finish this topic here, mouse actions. This is not very long topic, should be very quick. Let's finish this one, and if time permits, this one, because I'm running late and I have to finish these two, or else we'll be stuck with, and then I might have to take one more extra weekend to cover more topics. And I'm not ready to do that yet. So we'll go with one or two more topics. If I cover these two topics, then we will be back on track. So let's stretch today a little bit if it's fine and cover these two topics. Or else we will have to take one more class on 30th, which will spoil all our vacation days. So let's try to stretch it today. It should be a quick class like this one. This two topics should not take a lot of time. It is mouse over, right click, double click, drag and drop, and slider. So I've already written the code of it, so it should be easy. First we will see actions, mouse actions, slider code. Okay, let's start with slider code. Okay. I'll run the code. You see the code first, and then I'll explain you how or what happens. Okay. So this is a slider type of a button, and it's a slider type of input, and I'm moving it a little bit based on our code. So how do we do this? So let's see. Let's see the code of it. Let me not get into this. This is very confusing. So let's go create an action class. Okay, so again, for all these actions, so whatever you do with the mouse is a part of your action class. Okay, so if you want to do some option as in drag and drop or like slide some buttons, you might have to use actions uh, class object and then perform it. So you have to pass your driver here first and then do it. So what I'm doing first is like I have this web element called slider. So I'll try to inspect this. Inspect. So this is my div. Okay, it's called slider. It's ID slider. I can move this slider from wherever I feel like. So this is the ID. So I'll try to find this web element. First thing, I found this web element, stored it in something called slider. And after that, I'll create an action, pass the driver to this action, and with the drag and drop by method. So what this drag and drop by does is, it will take a web element and then you will provide an offset of how much you want this to be moved. So I have provided like 350. So it will move this up until this point. I can provide like 500, 600, 700, 800. And based on that, it will move the slider from where you, and this is like drag and drop. So it will hold this slider and then it will move. So if I do an inspect on this slider, you can see this is A. So hence you will see that my web element is not div, it is up until A. So this is my element which I want to drag from in this slider and then move it to wherever point I want to move it to, or whichever point. So for slider, to handle the slider, I have to do this. So I've created an web element, created an action, passed the driver to this action, and then with the help of drag and drop method of actions, I'm moving this by 300 or 500 units, and then build and perform is kind of methods. Instead of click, what we used to do earlier is click, but with actions, if you're using actions as a keyword or object, you have to make sure that you use build and perform. You cannot do click here. So these are like different. So we'll see more about like the actions and what all it can do and why it's always build and perform. So we will see that. But with drag and drop, this is how you have to uh, work with a slider. You have to first find the slider, do a drag and drop by, and give the slider option here because this is your web element, and then this is until where it has to slide. So I'll run this code. There is different way to handle slider also. This is one way I'm teaching. There could be different way where you don't have to use drag and drop method itself. Like you can do it with different way, but I couldn't find one. So I'm using this. So this time I have given 500 and it moved up to this point, the slider. So this is of slider. The next topic is window handle web table. I wanted to show web table today. Maybe I'll finish it today. Then this is drag and drop. Okay. So drag and drop is, we have seen a gist of drag and drop now, but let me show what drag and drop means. So I have this web page where, or you will come across web pages. You'll come across web pages where you have to select one element and then place it somewhere. So this is like selecting and placing element, right? So you can select element and place it. So this is like dragging and dropping. So for this, what do you need? You need the element which you're dragging, so your source, and then you need the destination from to the place where you're going to drop it, right? So for this one, you need to know the source, you need to know the destination element. So once you find source element and destination element with the help of action class, you can easily move all these elements. Okay, now let's see how we do it through the code. So I found one element called draggable element, which is here. I'll inspect it. I'll find this element. So it says ID as Angular. So I've just used this ID and then, so see ID called Angular. Similarly, the second drop area. So for this is my drop area. I'll try to inspect this one and it has an ID of drop area. So I'll just use the target element as this. So I found source element, target element. After finding it, I'll create an action and pass my driver to this action because I want to do some option. So some operation. So my operation is like to this action, I will say drag and drop. Then I'll give the source. This is my source element. Then I'll give my target element. And then this thing build.perform will go and do the work. It will take the element from source, it will put it to the target. So this build.perform is like syntax which you have to use. So once this is done, I'm trying to move more elements. So there's one more and then there's one more. So there are 2-3 elements which I'm trying to move. This is navigate to. Don't worry about navigate to, but this is one more. Move to element, click on it. Okay, so this is drag and drop. Let me comment it out. Or you know what, I can also do the others. I can explain the others and then we will run it all in the same time. So next what I'm trying to do is like the first one is drag and drop, what I've explained you. The second one is it will try to find the link, switch to, and then move to element, and then click context. Okay, so next what I'm trying to do is I want to click on this element here, switch to, and after that I'll do a right click. Okay, so switch to is like going and clicking on this element. So how will you do this? Like you have to go and click on this element, switch to. So you have to find this element and move to element. So move to element will take your element here. So I'm not clicking anything. So if I take my mouse to switch to, it is like it will go and hover over this switch to menu option, right? So to hover over something, you have to use this method called move to element. Move to element will just move your mouse pointer to this element. That's it. It will not do anything. It will just move it here and then you will see all these options. And what I'm doing it in the next one is I'm clicking context click. What is context click? context click is doing a right click. So if I do a right click, this window will come up. So these are the operations which I'm going to do. And then after which I'm going to navigate to this page, as in like I'm going to change to this page, and I have so many things here in this page. I'm trying to find this element and do a double click here. So double click as in like just double click. I find this element and then double click it. So when I double click, something gets marked. So these are like mouse options. So if you want to do mouse operations, how will you do it? So all these are like different operations. But again, to do all this, you need this action class here. So you have to make sure you pass your driver to this action object or like action class object. And then you can drag and drop with element, source, and target. Then if you want to just hover over, you have to use this function move to element. If you want to do a right click, you have to use this function of action dot called context click. Pass your web element where you want to do a right click. And then the final one is double click. So find the web element where you want to double click, then do double click, pass the web element here and do a build.perform. So all these are different mouse operations. I have written it all in one. We will execute this code and see how it performs it. So the code is being executed. First, we'll see the drag and drop option. So I'll keep it here. You'll see drag this one, and then it was doing the other part, and then this is double click. It will try to find this element and do a double click. Okay, so it found this element and did a double click here. So it highlighted this part. So all these are like different mouse operations which it performs. So let me send code for this also. And don't worry if you don't copy all this code, maybe by end of today, I'll share all this code with you. This is too much to copy. Okay, so these are all mouse operations. Then we have the final thing. What is it? Mouse operations are very easy. So just do try some things like with the action class. You have to make sure you use action class to do these operations. You might need it sometimes. Window handle is done, iframe is done. Final is just table. It's not a very long topic. I would cover it within like 10-15 minutes. So let's see. Let's finish this today. And your assignments will be on web table. So you will get chance to work on it also. So for web table, what is the code which I'm going to show? Boom, boom, boom. Where is web table? Okay, web table handling. Web table is very easy. It's not very difficult, but to understand the concept, it has like a single type of a concept, but you need to focus in order to understand that. So web table. Web table handling. Okay. What is the table which I was referring to? I've taken an easy table. Copy. Okay. So what I'm trying to do is like we are trying to work with this table here. Okay. As in like, and in general life also you will have a lot of tables to deal with the help of Selenium. So in all the projects where I have worked, it all had tables. because any website without table it's incomplete. So there will be tables and there will be data in it, and you might have to validate the data. Okay. So the very first thing we have to learn is how to identify a table in your in your browser, right? So you just go to the table, inspect it, and after that you have to go and search for table node. So you see, this is my table node. So I have to search for my table node, whichever is there. And after selecting for my, after searching my table node, I'll go to the table node, and that will have all the information about my table. So this table, uh, this table element or tag, with the help of this table tag, I can locate all the elements under it and all the rows and all the columns under it. So now I'll show how to do it. So first thing what we have to do is find the table, okay, and store this into a web table, into a web element called table. Okay, so this is the first thing which we have to do. The first thing is find the table tag and store it into a web element. So that's the first thing which we'll do. So I'll show it here. So this is the first thing. So we found the table and we stored it. So with the help of table ID, I found the table and stored it into a web element called table element. Okay. So this is the very first thing. Now I'll to handle anything within the table, I'll just be using this web element. I'll not be using driver. I'll just be using this web table element because this web table element will have everything underneath. Okay. So any table, you see it has like table has a table header. You'll see table head, T head is table header, and then you'll see T body. So it has a body. So when I move between head and body, you will see different things are getting selected into this frame. Perfect. In head, I'll see again there's something called table row. Okay, so this is TR is called table row. So this is like table row. And similarly, in table body, we will see TR again. So this TR tag means the row tags. Okay, so we have like 4 row tags. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 row tags. So we see 4 times TR. If I expand this TR, I'll see TD. So I see like 4, 6, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I see 5 TD tags, which is like 5 columns or 6 columns. Okay. So this is the structure, or like this is the structure which it follows, and you have to follow the same structure. So let me open my paint. So you have a table, correct, with the table tag. Then you have table head and table body. Both will have like TR. TR will store all the rows, and then each TR will store TDs. So each TD will have columns. So TD will be like columns and TR is for rows. Okay. So now we will see how to handle these things. So first is to make your entire table as a web element. That will be your first thing. The second thing is to find the rows, number of rows it has, right? So second thing is to find the number of rows. So I found the table TD, this one. So let me do a control F, /table @ID equals to table 1, and then close it. So it found the table. Now I'll do TD, sorry. Now I'll do TR. It doesn't work. Or let me do T body first. T body, and then I'll do TR. So you see, if I do a TR, that okay, I'm not right now. I don't care about the heading. I'll care only about the body. Okay, so I'll go to body, and if I do a TR, I can see that there are 4 elements here, right? You can see there are 4 elements. So what I'll do is, I know now, like in my table element, if I go to body, then I can find 4 rows, right? So I want to save all these 4 rows first into a row element. So row web elements, I'll store all these rows. So that will be my second step. First step is to locate the table. Second step is to find the number of rows it has. So, and save all the row elements somewhere. So that is my second step. This will not change. It will remain the same. So find all the rows in the table. So for that, what I'll do, earlier I used to do driver.find element, but now all the entire table, I'm storing it here in table element. So I'll choose this table element and I'll say find element by tag name tr. See, this part is already taken care, right? So I just have to do this now, tr. So what it will do is it will go and find all the things which is of tr. Here we cannot see that because like we have to, this has like some limitations on, or you can do this tr, hold on, /tr. No, okay, yeah, it works. So this part was already taken care of in our first section here. So now we just have to write the second part, which is tr. If I do a tr, it will show me 5, including the heading. Okay. So this is the second part. So what I'll do is I'll find these tags and I will save all these tags, tr tags, which is like rows, into list of web element. Okay, so I'm creating a row of lists and it is storing all these web elements, which is like it's storing all these rows present here. Sorry, where is the class signature? So it found this 5 TRs and all these TRs are stored into this one, into this rows. Okay. So I have found all the rows. I have first found the table, now found all the rows. Now, next one is to find the number of rows it has. So here it will give me the number of rows. After finding number of rows, what can I do? I can find, so each row will have some columns, have the same number of columns. So I can that way iterate through all the columns. So let's use this for loop. So I'm excluding the first. So if I include the for int I equals to 0, that means it will iterate over heading, right? I don't want to iterate over heading. I want to iterate over the real rows. So what I'll do, I'll increase the counter and I'll start it from 1. Okay, so I'll go to my web element row and I'll say row dot get of I. So it had 5 rows and I'm asking you to get the row which is at location 1, which is the second row. Second row from here, you can see this is my first row, but I need the second row. So it will go and select this row. Okay, so after selecting this row, what I'm trying to do is like now I'll say row dot find elements by tag td. Okay, so I found the first row, but now I want to find the first column. So now how to perform that operation? It's like I found the row. So in the row, if I want to see the same thing here, I'll click and select. So 1, so I'll select 2 here. That means, sorry, 0, 1. So let me select 1 here. I want 1, 2. Okay, I'll select here 2 just to show that, and then if I do slash and then if I do td, I will see 6 columns here. So I have 6 columns here, batch, rank, all these columns. So I have 6 columns here and now I can iterate through all these columns. So tr of 2 gave me this entire row and now I can iterate through each and every column inside this row. So now let's see how to do that. So list of element is columns. Now we have already created the row here. And at this point, I'll create list of columns, list of web elements called columns, and I'll say row So go to the row, find elements by tag name TD, and after finding all the elements, store it in columns. Okay. After storing all my elements, I will say print all these elements. So I will go and say column dot get text. Get text will get me all the things which is written here between these two tags, TD and close TD. So between this tag, whatever is written, it will copy this and it will give it to me. So I'll come to this place, I'll do a get text and done. So this way it will iterate through the rows. It will take the first row. It will find all the columns of the first row, and then it will save it into a column web element, and then it will iterate through each and every column, and then it will display the text. Okay. So now after doing this, okay, let me first mask it and show you. I think that masked too much. Okay, I'll run this code now and we will see the table, what it's reading, and it will display whatever it has read. So it's the table. I can minimize this and you can see it here. So it went and it found that there are 5 rows, and it ignored the first row because of this for int I equals to 1, and then it displayed the rest of the 4 rows here and all its values one by one. Okay, so this is how you interact with the web table. And now I'll show one example of how I can check if all these what if I want to see if all the last names are matching or not. So for that, this is the code. I'll uncomment it. I've created a string because if I want to validate something, I need to know that first. So I created a last name string and stored like all these names like Smith, Back, Doe, and Conway. And now what I'll do is I'll say, okay, after finding the columns, when you get the column values, do an assert. Assert is a function of TestNG, which will check if 2 values are same or not. If it is not same, then it will fail. So we will see if it works or not. So Smith, Back, Doe, and Conway, it is going to first fetch all these records. It will then check if the last name for all of them are same or are correct or are same as what we were expecting or not. Okay, so I'm running this code now. And assert is an inbuilt function of TestNG, which will do the validation for us. If an assert fails, as in like if the two things, assert takes 2 input parameters, one is actual value and one is expected value. If actual value does not match with expected value, then it will say it failed. Okay, so this is something like which we already did before. Now these lines from line number 6 till down, it says Smith. So L name from array. Array is like what we name here. So L name is Smith. L name from table is Smith. So you can see that both the L names are same, and this assert will be pass. So similarly, it will do the next loop where I value will be 2, and then it will check for the next row and it will see for batch, and then batch last name mash, and then Doe last name mash, Conway last name mash. That way it will check each and every last name and match with the array which we are giving, and the assertion will be successful. So assertion is an easy way to say that, to validate if a test is powerful or fail. So there are 2 types of asserts. We have seen this is a hard assert. So if something fails, imagine like if I write batch 1 as this, and if an assert fails, we will see what will happen. So I've changed the last name in my array. So it's not going to, match with the output. or like with this one. So I have changed it to batch 1, but it's batch. So we will see what will happen. You can see that assertion failed and your execution stopped here, and you can see the error says assertion error expected batch 1 but found batch, right? So this is your assertion. This is hard assert, which means like if there's an error in this assert, then your program will stop running, and you will have to first handle it in order for it to execute more. Okay, so this was all about web table handling. I will give an example question on this, and I would like every one of you to practice. Again, make sure that you understand like how I have created one table, added it into a web element, then created a row, added it into web element, then with the help of that rows, I try to find out the number of columns and column values. So this one, and in final exam, web table will be present for sure. So do practice this web table handling, because this is very important topic in Selenium. I'll provide the code also. Oh, this code is too big. Okay, look for web table handling in the class file which I'll send today, and this will be taken care there. We will go through this topic. We'll go through date picker topic next week. Shouldn't take a lot of time. But again, for date picker also, we need a little bit knowledge about this web table, because date picker is also nothing but a table. So please do practice this. I'll try to give an assignment for this table so that you can work on it. That way we finish everything except date picker in this topic. So that's fine. Now one small thing which we have to finish before we wind up our class today is okay. There's something called JavaScript Executor interface. It's a very small topic. Like these three are the options only. Like it's a small code. So let me quickly show that to you before we finish for the date. So JavaScript, as you all know, that JavaScript is used to handle or like it's used for performing some operations which you do here. So with the help of HTML and CSS, it will make your page look pretty and everything. But with the help of JavaScript, you can do or perform some operations on the page. As in, like when you click somewhere, it opens a new page, and or not a new page, it opens like the alert window. So all those alert things are programmed with the help of JavaScript language. So with the help of JavaScript, it will know like, okay, what operations you're performing and what output and response it gives. It makes the thing interactive. So JavaScript is that part. And now we'll see how do we use JavaScript uh, executor to perform some of the operations. Okay. So the operations which we will do is we will try to scroll. So this is the scroll thing. So on the right hand side, when you see scroll, so if there's a page which is big and you want to scroll to some element in the bottom of the page, how would you do it? So we will use JavaScript executor to kind of scroll between the pages. So there are three JavaScript executor which we will see, like three types. One is like scroll down by pixels. So you can scroll down with the help of 0, 500. That means it will scroll down up until 500 pixels. Then scroll down until you find the element. So if there's an element, And with the help of this command, it will scroll into the view, or like it will get the element into the view. And the final one is scroll to the end of the page. So it will scroll until the end of the page like this. So now let's see all these three options. It's like a simple code. Uh, JavaScript executor. Okay. So very first thing is, let me comment this also. So we'll see one by one all the three options, starting from this. So we'll create an instance of JavaScript executor first. So we have our driver created here. Everything is working fine. And after our driver is created, we will create a JavaScript executor and pass the driver to this JavaScript executor. We'll say JavaScript. So this is how you initialize or like create an object of JavaScript executor by passing a driver. I'll pass my driver, and then if I want to scroll my window by some 500 pixel, how will I do it? So this is the command. So the object which I've created, JavaScript dot, this is the method which I'm using, execute script. And then I will tell windows dot scroll by. This is like a command which you give it to JavaScript for executing the scroll down, and then it says scroll by 0, 55. So that means it will horizontally scroll down up until 500 pixels. So we'll see this. I'll run this code. You will see that it will try to scroll down by half. So it opened the web page, maximized it, and it has scrolled down by 0, 500. So similarly, if you want to go a little bit more down, you can choose the pixel accordingly, and it will go down by that much. So this is one example. Second example is, let's see, scroll until the end. So let's scroll until the end. So let's see how this works. So scroll until the end. Everything is almost the same, just Windows dot scroll to, and then you see option as 0 as first input. The earlier one was Windows dot scroll by. This one is Windows dot scroll to. So the only difference is this, and the value which will be passing will be 0, document dot body dot scroll height. So this is something which you have to remember, or like it's easy to understand that, you know, the values. So see, it opened this web page and it went down all this way to here. So this is with the help of JavaScript executor, where you say Windows dot scroll to, then 0, and instead of the value, you will say document dot body dot scroll height. That means like it will go up until the end. You can know more about like different operations or different way to scroll with the help of JavaScript executor, but that you can research on yourself and practice. But these are like the basic scrolls which you should know as a beginner. And the third one, which is very important, which is, I know an element here. I know that I want to see this element. So when I first log in into this page, or like first open this page, I see these two screens, and then I want to scroll it until I see this element. So this should be visible to me, this thinking in HTML, right? So I'll inspect this element, and after inspecting the element, I'll found it here. So it's called H3 thinking in HTML. So I'll put this into a web element first. So I created a web element saying book name, and then I'll told, okay, driver.find element, give the XPath of the element which I want to locate. And then I'll create a JavaScript executor, pass my driver to it. So once these two part is done, I'll create a js.execute script. Here I'll say argument of 0. This is again the syntax for you to, you know, get your scroll, or like if you want your scroll to scroll on, or if you want your scroll bar to scroll until this web element. So you will say argument of 0, scroll into view, and then you will provide the book name web element, which we have just created here. After doing this, you will see that when you run the code, once it's executed, your JavaScript executor will scroll the page until that point. So keep looking at the scroll bar, and then you'll see that it's moving down up until the HTML is shown. Where is this? Okay. So see, you can see this thinking in HTML is into the view, and it has moved down by itself. So this is the last example of JavaScript executor. So we have finished this topic also. So we can do a scrolling, click in some element. If element is not clickable or interactable, opening a new blank tab. So all these are like different operation which JavaScript executor can perform, but mostly we use it for scrolling into the web page. Okay, I think by this we have covered all the topics which I wanted to cover for today. Thanks for staying up late, and that's it. I'm done. If you have any questions, please let me know, even through email, or yeah, you can ask me through email, or you can reach out to even Anita during your weekdays and ask her any doubts if you have. I think she'll be happy to help. By this, I think I'm done. If you have any questions, please let me know.